Now then, my friend, may I offer you a little refreshment? Your usual whisky and soda, perhaps?
No thanks, Poirot. It's a little early in the day.
As you wish. You do not object if I drink a little tisane?
Of course not, though I can never understand what you see in that disgusting stuff.
And while I sip my tisane, there is something I would like you to take a look at, Hastings. It came by this morning's post. Read it.
Mr. Hercule Poirot, you fancy yourself, don't you, at solving mysteries that are too difficult for our thick-headed British police. Let us see how clever you can be. Perhaps you'll find this not too hard to crack. Look out for Andover on the 21st of the month. Yours, ABC. It was the June of 1935. I'd been away in South America for some time, and when I came back to England, my first thought was to call on my old friend Hercule Poirot. He was looking wonderfully well, hardly a day older than when I had last seen him. Even his grey hairs seemed to have vanished.
Ah, but you have such a beautifully unsuspicious mind, my friend. Examine this bottle.
Revive it, to bring back the natural tone of the hair, in 5 shades... Poirot, you've dyed your hair. So that's why you're looking in such fine fettle.
No, my friend. It is not simply the revive it. It is the constant exercise of the little grey cells. Just when I fear the time has come to retire and grow the vegetable marrows, another murder comes along. I am like the prima donna who makes positively the farewell performance, and that performance, it repeats itself an indefinite number of times.
But for all my old friend's gaiety and vivacity, I could see that something was troubling him. Was it the letter from the mysterious ABC?
Perhaps. What do you think, mon ami?
Some madman or other, I suppose.
Very probably. But a madman is always to be taken seriously.
What have you done about it?
What can I do? I showed it to Inspector Sharp. He is of the same opinion as you. They get these things every day at Scotland Yard. But nevertheless, there is something about that letter that I do not like. Something that is wrong. But I cannot say precisely what it is.
Well, the 21st is on Friday. If a whacking great train robbery takes place at Andover on Friday...
Ah, what a comfort that would be.
How can a robbery possibly be a comfort?
Because it would dispossess my mind of the fear of something else.
Something else?
Murder, Hastings. Murder.
Good morning. I would like a second-class ticket to Andover, please.
Andover. And will you be travelling today, sir?
Oh, yes. By the next train. I want to get there as soon as possible.
But Friday the 21st of June came and went, and there were no reports from Jap of anything amiss in Andover.
I was wrong. I thought there was something of the odour of fish about that letter. Instead, a mere stupidity. Alas, I grow old and suspicious, like the blind watchdog who growls when there is nothing there.
So, now you're disappointed of being cheated of a really juicy crime.
Juicy? Oh, what a terrible word. Now, I admit that I would like to have been confronted by something recherché, something rare.
And what would be your ideal murder mystery, Poirot?
A very simple crime. A crime with no complications. A crime that was unimpassioned, intime.
Well, how can a crime be intime?
Supposing that 4 people sit down to play bridge, and one, the odd man out, sits in a chair by the fire. At the end of the evening, that man is found dead. One of the 4, while he is dummy, has gone over and killed him, and, intent on the play of the hand, the other 3 have not noticed. Ha! There would be a real crime.
I can't see any excitement in that.
Ah, well, that is because you have the melodramatic soul, Hastings. For you, there must be the curiously twisted dagger, the stolen eye of the god, the beautiful woman with auburn hair. No, you would like not one murder, but a series of murders.
I must admit that a second murder in a book can often cheer things up. If the murder happens in the first chapter and you have to follow up everybody's alibi until the last page but one, it can get a bit tedious. morning. Yes, he's just here. It's Jack for you.
Yes, Chief Inspector?
It looks as if I spoke a bit too soon. There was a murder in Andover last night.
And who was it that was killed?
An old woman by the name of Asher. She kept a little tobacco and newspaper shop. Andover police think they can put their hand on the man that did it, but they'd like to have a look at that anonymous letter of yours. And in view of your involvement, I thought I might stretch a point of protocol and go down there myself. Perhaps you and Captain Hastings might care to join me on the 10:15 from Waterloo.
When did they find the body?
At 1 o'clock this morning. A constable was going on his rounds and noticed that the shop door was unfastened. He went in and found the body huddled behind the counter. It looks as if she was struck down by a heavy blow on the back of the head while she was reaching up for a packet of cigarettes from the shelf.
And do they know when the murder took place?
Well, they've narrowed it down to between 5:30 and 6 o'clock.
And who is the man they reckon committed the murder?
Her husband. He's a German, and a very unpleasant piece of goods by all accounts. He had a job as a waiter for a time, but he took to drink, made himself quite unemployable. He's got the shakes, which doesn't do much for you when you're serving at table. They separated years ago, but he used to come round every now and then to get money out of her for drink. Sometimes he'd get quite violent, apparently.
And what does he say?
Rather what you'd expect, that he was off on a pub crawl with his mates.
Was anything taken from the shop?
Not so as you'd notice. But there was one thing that might interest you, Poirot. There was a railway guide, turned face down on the counter. Open at Andover.
A Bradshaw or an ABC?
An ABC?
So, it is not a coincidence. That was clearly meant for me.
Some old enemy of yours, perhaps. Anyway, if it's all the same with you, Poirot, I'd like to take a look at the body as soon as it's convenient.
She must have been beautiful once.
What makes you say that?
Look at the line of the jaw, the moulding of the head. Do they think much force would have been needed to strike the blow?
You mean, could a 70-year-old alcoholic with shaky hands have done it? They reckon so.
So it could equally well have been done by a woman.
I suppose it could.
And did the dead woman have any children?
No. There is a niece, I believe. Very reliable, by all accounts. She's in service at a house near Overton.
That is far from here?
A couple of miles at most.
Then I should like to go and talk to her straight away.
Wouldn't it be better to go to the scene of the crime?
No. I prefer to do that later. Do you know the name of this niece, Inspector Japp?
Just a minute. I've got it written down somewhere. Here it is. Mary Drower.
She was very good to me. Always. She brought me up after my mother died. She didn't have an easy life, and she went through a lot of trouble on account of that German fellow. My old devil, she used to call him.
Did he threaten her?
Oh, he used to say the most awful things. That he cut her throat and such like.
So you were not very surprised when you heard what had happened?
Oh, but I was, sir. I never believed for one moment that he'd really lay a hand on her. It wasn't as if she was afraid of him. More like the other way round.
Eh bien. Suppose that he did not kill her. Suppose that it was somebody else. Have you any idea who that someone else might be?
None at all, sir. It doesn't seem very likely, does it?
You never heard her mention anyone who had a grudge against her?
Never, sir.
Now tell me, Mary, did your aunt ever get anonymous letters?
What kind of letters?
Letters that were not signed, or signed by somebody calling themselves ABC.
Oh, no, sir, nothing like that. What is this all about, sir?
At present one is in the dark. There is no direction. Now, if I want you at any time, Mary, can I write to you here?
Oh, I shan't stay on here now, sir. I only came here to be near Auntie. I don't care for the country very much. Now that she's gone, I shall go back to London. It's gayer for a girl there.
In that case, here is my card. Let me know where you are living.
Please, sir, is there something queer going on?
Yes, my child. There is something queer going on. Later you may be able to help me.
It was 5:30 by the time we reached Mrs. Asher's shop. And then I realised why Poirot had delayed. He wanted to see the place at the same time at which the murder had been committed. There was no mistaking the shop. The sign could be read clearly from the end of the street.
Could that be why, perhaps? But let us go inside.
Not that there was very much to tell us anything there. Only the counter where the ABC guide had been left, and the place where Mrs. Asher had met her death while reaching for a packet of cigarettes for a customer.
So here is a further proof of Mr. Asher's innocence. If he had been having a quarrel with his wife and threatening her, she would have been facing him across the counter.
You said a further proof. What was the other?
Well, such a man as has been described to us could not possibly have written that precisely printed letter. But let us take a look at the bedroom upstairs.
I imagine the police have already been over everything up here pretty thoroughly. Old woolly jumper. Some well-darned underwear.
A pair of cheap news stockings.
And a novel called Green Oasis.
Ah, pauvre femme. There is nothing for us here, Hastings. We can leave the rest to the police report. Now, with great haste, my friend, we might manage to catch the 7-2 back to London.
So, what do you think, Poirot?
The crime was committed by a man of medium height with red hair and a cast in the left eye. He limps slightly on the right foot and has a mole just below the shoulder blade.
Poirot, you're having me on.
Well, what do you expect, my friend? You fix upon me a look of dog-like devotion and demand of me a pronouncement à la Sherlock Holmes. Now for the truth. I do not know what the murderer looks like, nor where he lives, nor how to set hands on him.
Oh, if only he'd left us some clue.
Oh, yes, the clue. It is always the clue that attracts you. But there is no cigarette ash. Only an ABC guide with no fingerprints on it. We do not even know what we are looking for. We are like children playing cash in the dark.
In the days that followed, I find Poirot curiously reluctant to discuss the case, and I thought I knew the reason. He had sustained a defeat. ABC had challenged him, and ABC had won. The crime attracted little attention in the press, and I was certain that we had heard the last of it, when, on July the 25th, another letter arrived by the 6 o'clock post.
But read it to me, Hastings, read it.
Dear Mr. Poirot, well, what about it? The Andover business went with a swing, didn't it? But the fun's only just beginning. Let me draw your attention to Bexhill-on-Sea, date the 25th of July. What a merry time we're having. Yours, ABC. Good God. Does this mean he intends to commit another murder?
But naturally, Hastings. Did you expect the Andover business to be an isolated case?
We must be up against a homicidal maniac.
Exactly. And this time, the surname of the intended victim will begin with the letter B.
But there must be something we can do to stop it.
I will warn the police, of course, but however well we are prepared, what is the sanity of Scotland Yard against the insanity of one man? Remember the long-continued success of Jack the Ripper.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yes, Hastings. It is horrible. I am afraid. I am very much afraid. But all we can do is wait.
On the morning of the 25th of July, we were up early, but we had scarcely begun breakfast when there was a repeated ring at the door. It was Jap.
It's happened, Poirot.
But the letter said the 25th. I mean, it's only 7:30.
It took place in the early hours of this morning, shortly after midnight.
At Bexhill-on-Sea?
Yes. The body of a young girl's been found on the beach, strangled. She's been identified as Elizabeth Barnard. She was a waitress at one of the cafes, lived with her parents. And there's something you should know, Poirot.
Yes?
An ABC guide was found underneath her body, open at the page for Bexhill.
And are you going down there now?
Not possible, I'm afraid, Poirot. I've got my hands full with the Astwell business. Inspector Crome's gone down there. I have an idea you may find that he's not exactly quite your type.
The body was found by one of those fresh air early morning colonels that abound in places like this. He was out with his dog about 6 a.m. Went along the front in the direction of Couden and down to the beach. Dog ran off and sniffed at something. Wouldn't leave it alone, and the Colonel took a look for himself. Behaved very properly. Didn't touch the body, but went off and rang the police.
And the time of death was around midnight?
Between midnight and 1 a.m. Your homicidal joker is a man of his word, Mr. Poirot. If he says it's the 25th, it will be the 25th, even if only by a few minutes.
Yes, his personality is very interesting.
As it happens, I've been going into the psychology of the series killer. On the surface, the fellow looks the same as you or I. But there are various tests. You know, verbal traps, that sort of thing. Quite modern. There was nothing of that kind in your day. Once you can induce a man to give himself away, you've got him. He knows you know, and his nerve goes.
Even in my day, that happens sometimes. What can you tell me about the dead girl, Inspector?
She was 23 years of age and worked as a waitress at the Ginger Cat Cafe.
No, I know that. I was wondering if she was pretty.
Pretty? Well, she didn't look very pretty in the mortuary.
And with what was the girl strangled?
With her own belt.
At last a piece of definite information. Now that tells one something, does it not?
It was a thick knotted affair, apparently. The pathologist is having a look at it.
The girl was living with her parents, I understand.
Yes, they've got a bungalow about half a mile from here.
And there are other members of the family?
There's a sister, works for a typing bureau in London. She's on her way down now. And there's her fiancé, Donald Fraser, an estate agent. Scottish, apparently. The girl was supposed to have been out with him last night. But I shall know more when I've seen the parents. I was just about to set off there when you arrived.
We will accompany you, Inspector.
As you wish, Mr. Poirot. But I don't think we should all crowd in on them together. Rather overwhelming for them, don't you think? If you've any questions you wish to put to Mr. and Mrs. Barnard, perhaps you could wait until I've had a word with them.
It doesn't seem as if he's very impressed by your legendary reputation, Poirot.
On the contrary, my friend, he is very impressed by it. That is why he is so anxious that I should not, how do you say it, steal any of his lightning.
Well, since we've been relegated to the kitchen, perhaps we should make ourselves a cup of coffee.
No, Hastings. I know exactly the kind of coffee they would have in a house like this. And...
Oh, what are you doing here? Are you the police?
Well, not exactly.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't think I've got anything to say to you. My sister was a nice, bright girl with no men friends.
I'm not a reporter, if that's what you're getting at.
Where's Mum and Dad?
Your father is showing the police your sister's bedroom. Your mother's in the sitting room, I believe.
So, who exactly are you?
I, mademoiselle, am Hercule Poirot.
Oh, I've heard of you. You're the fashionable private sleuth, aren't you?
As a description, I suppose it must suffice.
Somehow I don't see why Mr. Hercule Poirot should concern himself with our humble little crime.
Mademoiselle, what you do not see and what I do not see would probably fill a volume. But what I am seeking at this present moment is the truth. Now that you are satisfied that my friend Hastings is not from a sensational daily paper, it would greatly assist me if you could tell me what you really felt about your sister.
Betty was an unmitigated little ass.
La bonne heure. You are intelligent, mademoiselle. I take it that the opposite of what you said is true? About the men friends?
Well, there wasn't any harm in Betty. Well, she wasn't the weekending kind, nothing of that sort. But she liked being taken out and dancing and cheap flattery and that kind of thing.
And you felt perhaps that she was behaving unfairly towards her fiancé, towards Mr. Fraser?
That's it exactly. Well, Don's a very quiet sort of person. But he did resent certain things. And then he
would do what, mademoiselle?
I was afraid he might chuck her altogether. He's a good, steady type.
C'est comme ça. We do not speak the truth any longer. Now listen, mademoiselle. It is no ordinary murderer that we have to deal with. This is a homicidal maniac who is working his way through the alphabet. A few weeks ago, a murder in Andover. Last night he chose Bexhill.
Is this true?
It's perfectly true, Miss Barnard.
You mean that Betty was killed by a madman?
Exactly. So you see, the information you can give will not harm anyone.
All right, Mr. Poirot. I'm going to trust you. Don is a very quiet person, but he bottles things up. And when he loses his temper, he loses it with a vengeance. One time, he got so violent that Betty got quite frightened.
When was this?
Just over a month ago. She told Don she was going into Hastings to see a girlfriend, but he found out that she'd been over to Eastbourne with some man. He was a married man, as it happened. Don got all white and shaking, saying that one day...
Yes, mademoiselle?
that he'd kill her.
And so when you heard of Betty's death this morning, you were naturally afraid...
Well, I didn't think that he'd actually done it, but Oh, that'll be done.
Bring him in here. I would like to have a word with him before our good inspector takes him in hand.
She told me she was going to St. Leonard's with a girlfriend.
And did you believe her?
I suppose I did when she said it, but afterwards, there was something in her manner. I began to wonder.
Yes?
I was ashamed of myself for being so suspicious. I hung about outside the Ginger Cat Cafe watching to see where she would go. But then I thought she might catch sight of me.
So, what did you do?
Eventually, I went over to St. Leonard's. Got there by 8 o'clock, but there was no sign of her anywhere. And then I thought this man might have taken her in his car to Hastings. So I went on there, looked in hotels and restaurants and hung around the cinemas. I must have been out of my mind. Even if she was there, it wasn't very likely that I'd catch sight of her. There were scores of places he could have taken her to other than Hastings. In the end, I just gave up and came back.
And what time was that?
I don't know. It must have been, well, after midnight.
Ah, so that's where you've got to.
May I introduce Miss Megan Barnard and Mr. Donald Fraser?
This is Inspector Crome from Scotland Yard.
How do you do?
While you have been pursuing your investigations, Inspector, I have been conversing with these two charming people, endeavouring, if I could, to find something that might throw light on this strange case.
Oh, yes?
But now we will leave you to pursue your inquiries, Inspector. Au revoir, Mademoiselle Barnard.
Monsieur Poirot?
Monsieur Fraser.
Did anything strike you, Poirot?
Only the amazing magnanimity of the murderer, Hastings.
What do you mean by that?
Franz Asher would have been arrested for the murder of his wife. Donald Fraser would be the principal suspect for the murder of Betty Barnard, if it had not been for the warning letters of ABC. Is he then so soft-hearted that he cannot bear others to suffer for something they did not do?
A soft-hearted murderer?
No, Hastings. I think not.
The press were full of it. The death of Mrs. Asher at Andover had attracted little or no attention, but the murder of a pretty young waitress, strangled with her own belt at Bexhill-on-Sea, was just the thing to fill the pages of the popular papers. There were interminable conferences called by the Assistant Commissioner at Scotland Yard to determine whether to make public the full facts, and this put my old friend into something of a quandary.
It is difficult for me, you understand. I am, you might say, an interested party. The challenge was sent to me. If I want the facts suppressed, will it not be thought that I am afraid for my reputation? And yet to give the case full publicity is what the criminal seeks. Notoriety.
Since there was no line of action that he could profitably pursue, Poirot was given to brooding endlessly on the character, or the possible character, of his adversary.
I ask myself, what passes in the mind of the murderer? He kills, it would seem from his letters, pour le sport, to amuse himself. Can that really be true? If he kills merely to amuse himself, he would not advertise the fact, since otherwise he could kill with importunity. Is there, in fact, some link between his mania and his victims? Or is he someone who, unknown to myself, I have vanquished in my career?
As for Inspector Crome, he decided that he would wait until the arrival of the third letter and then tell the public exactly what the situation was.
It will probably create a bit of a panic in the town in question, but it will put everyone whose name begins with C on their guard, and it'll put ABC on his mettle. He'll be determined to succeed in spite of it all, and that's where we'll get him.
Unfortunately, things did not work out as Crome had planned. The third letter arrived late one evening by the 10 p.m. post.
It has come. Open it, Hastings. We cannot afford to waste a single moment. Read it.
Dear Mr. Poirot, not so good at these little criminal games as you thought you were, are you? Perhaps you're getting rather past your prime. Let's see if you can do any better this time. I've made it deliberately easy for you. Churston on the 30th. Do try and do something about it. It's a bit dull having it all my own way. Good hunting. Ever yours, ABC. Churston. Where exactly is that?
Hastings, when was that letter written? Is there a date on it?
It was written on the 27th.
But did I hear you correctly? Did he give the date of the murder as the 30th?
Yes, that's right.
But Hastings, do you not realise? Today is the 30th. What does it say on the envelope?
He must have got the address wrong. Hercule Poirot, White Horse Mansions. And there's a note scribbled on it, not known at White Horse Mansions, try Whitehaven Mansions.
Ah, mon Dieu, we have lost 2 whole days, and there is only 1 hour and 40 minutes of the 30th left. Where is this place, Churston?
I'll look it up in the ABC. Churston, here we are. Devon. 204 miles from Paddington, population 356. Surely our murderer is bound to be noticed in a place of that size.
Is there a train tonight?
Yes, at midnight. Sleeping car to Newton Abbot, gets there at 6:08 in the morning and reaches Churston at 7:15.
Good. We will take that train, Hastings.
You'll hardly have time to get any news before we start.
Oh, does it greatly matter whether we receive bad news tonight or tomorrow morning? I will telephone to Inspector Crone to explain to him what has happened.
I'll throw a few things into a suitcase.
The inspector will travel down with us on the same train. But what are you doing, Hastings?
I'm packing for you. I thought it would save time.
But is that a way to fold a coat?
Huh?
And see what you have done to my pyjamas. If the hair wash breaks, what will befall them?
But, Poirot, this is a matter of life and death. What does it matter what happens to your clothes?
Oh, you have no sense of proportion, Hastings. We cannot catch the train earlier than it leaves, and to ruin our clothes will not be the least helpful in preventing a murder. Just look at the creases in this shirt.
We've got all available men on the lookout, and they're doing their best to warn anyone in Churston whose name begins with the letter C. There's just a chance. May I see the letter?
Here.
Of all the damned luck. The stars in their courses fight for this fellow.
You don't think he did it on purpose?
Oh, no. I understand this man's psychology. He's got his own rules. Crazy rules, maybe, and he abides by them. That's where his boastfulness comes in. I'd almost bet he was drinking White Horse whiskey.
Ah, mais c'est ingénieux, ça. He prints the letter with the bottle in front of him.
Whatever happens, Churston is our best place to be. Our murderer is there, or has been there today.
Well, we'd better be getting on board.
Inspector Crone? I brought a note from Scotland Yard, sir. They said it was most urgent.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Is it to do with the murder?
Yes, and it's about as bad as it can be. Sir Carmichael Clark has been found with his head bashed in.
Let us get on the train. There is no time to be lost.
Throat specialist, wasn't he? I've an idea that an aunt of mine consulted Carmichael Clark some years back.
It must have been quite a time ago. He's been retired for 5 years. He's got a very valuable collection of Chinese pottery and porcelain. That's all I know about him.
Ah, now there will be no need to make the publicity. The death of such an eminent man following so closely on the strangling of a flirtatious waitress is certain to make the sensation.
I suppose there's no doubt that it is our man.
None whatsoever, I'm afraid. The body was found in a field, and the murderer had placed a copy of the ABC guide face downwards on the body.
So now the whole country will be looking for ABC.
Unfortunately, that seems to be what he wants.
Let's hope that it may be his undoing. We can only trust that he'll become drunk with his own cleverness. But we'd better be turning in. I've arranged for us to go up to the house as soon as we arrive so that we can have a word with Franklin Clark, the dead man's brother.
But why? It all sounds utterly fantastic. What possible earthly benefit can there be from such a crime, even in the most diseased imagination?
You go straight to the point, Mr. Clark.
It's not much good looking for motives at this stage. That's a matter for an alienist. Though I may say I've had a certain experience of criminal lunacy, and the motives are usually thoroughly inadequate. There is a desire to assert one's personality, to make a splash in the public eye.
Now, is that true, Monsieur Poirot?
Absolutely true.
Well, at any rate, such a man cannot escape detection long.
Vous croyez? Ah, but they are cunning, ces gens-là. And you must remember...
Will you let me have a few facts, please, Mr. Clark?
Certainly.
If we could begin with the actual circumstances of the murder.
Well, for some time now, my brother's been in the habit of taking a stroll after dinner every evening. The police rang here last night sometime after 11 o'clock with some warning about people whose names began with C.
They were acting on my instructions, Mr. Clark.
Well, that was when the butler discovered that my brother had not returned from his walk. We got together a search party of sorts, and we found the body by the side of a field about 3/4 of a mile away. He'd been struck a blow on the back of the head.
And was your brother in his usual health and spirits yesterday? He received no unexpected letters, nothing that might have disturbed him?
No, he was quite his usual self.
Not upset or worried in any way?
No, I didn't say that. To be upset and worried was my brother's normal condition.
And why was that?
Well, you probably don't know that my sister-in-law, Lady Clark, is suffering from an incurable cancer and cannot live much longer. Her illness has preyed terribly on my brother's mind. I was shocked at the change in him when I returned a little while ago from the East.
Supposing, Mr. Clark, that your brother had been found at the bottom of a cliff or with a revolver beside his body, what would have been your first thought?
That he committed suicide.
Anyway, it wasn't suicide. You say that it was your brother's custom to take a stroll every evening?
Yes, that is so.
And everyone in the house knew of this?
Of course.
And what about in the village?
Strictly speaking, we haven't got a village. There's a post office and a few cottages at Churston Ferrers, but that's about it.
So I suppose any stranger hanging round the place would be easily noticed?
Not at this time of the year. The place is positively swarming with trippers from Torquay and Paynton. Elbury Cove is a well-known beauty spot, I'm afraid. Far too well known for my liking.
So a stranger wouldn't be noticed?
Not unless he looked off his head.
This man doesn't look off his head. He may have been spying out the land beforehand and discovered your brother's habit of taking an evening stroll. Do you happen to know whether any stranger came up to the house yesterday and asked to see Sir Carmichael?
I believe the local police have already questioned the butler and the housemaid on that point, and they saw no one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realise that...
Oh, this is Miss Gray, my brother's secretary. Flora, this is Inspector Crome of Scotland Yard, Monsieur Poirot, and Mr...
Captain Hastings. How do you do, Miss Gray?
Is there any way in which I can be of any help?
Did you deal with Sir Carmichael's correspondence?
Yes, all of it.
Did he ever receive any letters signed ABC?
ABC? No, I'm sure he didn't.
He didn't mention anyone hanging round during his evening walks lately?
No, nothing of the kind.
And you yourself have noticed no strangers?
Not near the house. Elsewhere, practically everyone one meets is a stranger at this time of year.
Mr. Clark, I'd be grateful if you could take us over the ground of your brother's evening walk.
Of course, Inspector. Would you care to join us, Thora?
Yes, I'll come.
All this must have come as a terrible shock to you.
It seems quite unbelievable. I'd gone to bed last night when the police rang up. I heard voices and came down to find out what the matter was. The butler and Mr. Clark were just setting out with lanterns.
What time did Sir Carmichael usually come back from his evening walk?
About 10:15. He let himself in by the side door and generally went straight to bed. Or sometimes he went up to the gallery where he kept his collections. If the police hadn't rung up, his absence wouldn't have been noticed until he was called in the morning.
It must have been difficult breaking the news to his wife.
Lady Clark is kept under morphine a good deal. I think she's in too dazed a condition to appreciate much of what goes on around her.
From here, the path goes down to the cove. But at this point, my brother turned off across the fields back towards the house.
And it was there that his body was found?
Yes. I'll take you to the place. There's a gap in the hedge here.
Oh.
Yes, it all seems clear enough. The man would have stood in the shadow of this tree. In the gathering dusk, your brother wouldn't have noticed anything until the blow fell.
Hold up, Flora. It's pretty beastly, but there's no use shirking facts.
No, it's not that. I was thinking about Dee.
About Dee?
You mean the next murder, mademoiselle?
Well, something's got to be done. The man's got to be stopped.
We'll get him now. Never you worry.
I'm wondering where he is at this moment. But he may not be far away. It's not 12 hours since it happened. What is passing through his mind? Where is he planning to strike next?
Sir Carmichael Clark murdered. Terrible tragedy at Churston. Only a month ago, England was horrified by the brutal murder of a young waitress at Bexhill. It may be remembered that an ABC guide figures in that case. An ABC was also found by the body of Sir Carmichael Clark, and the police inclined to the belief that both crimes were committed by the same person. Is a homicidal lunatic going the rounds of our seaside resorts?
Can I take your order, sir?
What? I'm sorry, what did you say?
Your order, sir. What can I get for you?
Oh, a cup of coffee, if you please, and a scone. Oh, with Devonshire cream.
Very well, sir. Are you all right?
Yes, it's just a headache. I get them quite badly every now and then. Sometimes I hardly know what I'm doing.
So, where do we go from here?
We go nowhere, Hastings. What would be the point?
But you can't just sit here at home.
That is precisely what I need to do, my friend. The police are running round making the routine inquiries, but it is in my brain and not in my feet that my strength lies. In the little grey cells. All the time I am reflecting.
But what can you possibly gain by reflection? You know all the facts of the 3 cases by heart.
It is not the facts that matter. It is the mind of the murderer.
The mind of a madman.
Precisely. And therefore not to be arrived at in a minute. When I know what the murderer is like, I shall be able to find out who he is.
And in the meantime, people are dying right and left.
3 people. And there are, about 120 road deaths every week.
Now, that is entirely different.
It is probably exactly the same to those who die. But at least I have one project that will please you, since it is active and not passive. Also, it will involve a lot of conversation and practically no thought.
What is it?
The extraction from the friends and relatives of the deceased of all that they know.
You suspect them of keeping things back?
No, not intentionally. But the act of telling what you know involves selection. People say what they think is important, but quite frequently they think wrong.
And how do you propose to get them thinking in the right direction?
By discussing a certain happening, or a certain person, or a certain day, over and over again. It is like looking for the needle in the haystack, I grant you, but in the haystack there is a needle. Of that I am certain.
But how do we go about this?
We do very little, Hastings. Yesterday I received a letter from Mary Drower, the niece of Mrs. Asher, the woman killed at Andover. Already she has written to Megan Barnard, the sister of the girl who was strangled at Bexhill. She thought that if they got together, they might find out more about the murderer. And today I received a letter from Franklin Clark, who has, I believe, a similar proposal to put to me. Do not despair, my friend. The hunt for the needle in the haystack is about to begin.
Frankly, I'm not satisfied with the way the investigation is going. I've no doubt that Inspector Crome is a very efficient officer, but to tell you the truth, he puts my back up, that air of always knowing best. My idea is that we oughtn't to let the grass grow under our feet.
Just what I'm always telling Poirot.
We've got to be prepared for the next murder.
So you think there will be a next murder?
Don't you?
Certainly. So what is your idea exactly?
Well, I propose that we form a special legion to work under your orders of those closely associated with the murder victims. By putting our heads together, we might discover something. Also, when the next warning comes, if we're all there on the spot, we might possibly recognise some person as having been there at the scene of one of the previous crimes.
There is one little difficulty, Mr. Clark.
Oh?
The relatives and friends of the other victims are hardly in your sphere of life. They are employed persons, and though they might be given a short vacation...
Oh, naturally. I shall foot the bill. The members will be paid for their services according to what their normal earnings are, with any additional expenses.
And who do you propose should form this legion?
I've already been in touch with Megan Barnard, and I gather that the niece of the woman who was killed at Andover,
Mary Drower.
Well, I gather she's already come up with a similar idea. Then there's Betty Barnard's fiancé.
Donald Fraser. Anybody else?
Well, yes. Miss Gray.
Miss Gray?
You see, Miss Gray was with my brother over 2 years. She knows the countryside and the people around far better than I do.
Then she will be very valuable. I was saying only the other day to Hastings that a rapprochement of the people concerned was desirable. It may provide the vital breakthrough that we so urgently need.
A few days later, the Special Legion met in Poirot's apartment. Of course, he was unable to resist the occasion to deliver a little speech.
Mesdames, Messieurs, you know what we are here for. We have 3 murders. An old woman, a young girl, and a man in his 60s. Only one thing links these people together, the fact that the same person killed them. And that person has so far covered his tracks completely.
Or hers, perhaps.
Quite right, Hastings. We must not rule out the possibility that our ABC is a woman. The police have vague suspicions, but nothing on which they can act. Nevertheless, there must exist other indications which are not at all vague. For example, the assassin did not arrive at Bexhill at midnight and find conveniently on the beach a young lady whose name began with B.
Must we go into all this?
It is necessary to go into everything, Mr. Fraser. You are not here to save your feelings by refusing to think of details, but if need be, to harrow them by going into the matter as deeply as possible. I make the assumption that one of you, perhaps all of you, knows something that they do not realize they know. It is like a jigsaw puzzle. Each of you may perhaps have a piece apparently without meaning, but which, when it is put in its place, may show a definite portion of the picture as a whole.
Words.
Huh? What did you say, Mademoiselle Barnard?
What you've been saying. It's just words. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, I think it makes sense. It's often only when you're talking things over that you can see your way clear.
And what do you think, Miss Gray?
I think that the principle of talking over things is always sound.
Quite right, my dear.
Suppose you all go over your own remembrances of the time preceding the murder. Now, shall we start with you, Mr. Clark?
In the morning, I went off sailing.
Now, reflect. Did you notice anyone on your way down to the sea that morning?
Oh, lots of people. There was a remarkably fat woman in a striped silk dress, 2 young men with a fox terrier on the beach throwing stones for it, and a girl with yellow hair screaming as she ran into the sea.
Huh? You are a good subject, Mr. Clark. And what about you, Miss Gray?
I did the correspondence with Sir Carmichael and saw the housekeeper. In the afternoon I did some needlework. It was quite an ordinary day. I went to bed early.
Miss Barnard? Can you trace your memories of the last time you saw your sister?
It was about a fortnight before her death. I was down for the weekend and we went over to St. Leonard's.
And can you remember what you talked about?
Yes. She said how much she disliked Millie Bigley.
Millie Bigley?
She was another waitress at the cafe.
And what can you remember about the day she was killed?
After I'd talked to you, sir.
Yes.
Just one little thing. Mum had bought Betty some new stockings on the day before it happened. I found her crying over them. I bought them for Betty, she said, and she never wore them.
And what about you, Mr. Fraser? You said that at first you waited for a while outside the cafe to see which way Betty might go. Did you notice anyone at all while you were waiting there?
There were a number of people walking along the front. I really can't remember any of them.
But however preoccupied you were, you must...
I don't remember anything.
Miss Drawer, I suppose you got letters from your aunt?
Oh, yes, sir. There was one only 2 days before the murder. She said that the old devil had been round.
Meaning Mr. Asher?
Yes, and she'd sent him away with a flea in his ear. And she expected me over on the Wednesday. It was going to be my birthday. I'm sorry, sir.
Oughtn't we to be making plans for the next...
Of course we should. The moment the next letter arrives, we should all join forces.
But we do not have to wait until then. You must continue to search your memories. And there are a few practical things you can do.
Of course. I'll make a note of them. Go ahead.
I consider it possible that the waitress Millie Bigley may have something to tell us.
Millie Bigley.
Perhaps you might try showing signs of interest in her, Mr. Fraser.
I must say I don't much care for the idea. Is it altogether necessary?
Shall I try my hand with her, Monsieur Poirot?
You've got your own part of the world to attend to.
Oh, yes. Of course.
Perhaps Miss Gray might care...
I have left Devon for good, Monsieur Poirot.
Miss Gray very kindly stayed on to help me clear things, but Naturally, she prefers a post in London.
And how is Lady Clark?
Oh, pretty bad. I was wondering whether you might perhaps find time to pay her a visit. She told me that she was sorry she hadn't been well enough to see you, and asked whether it would be too much trouble to go down to Devon and talk to her.
Certainly, Mr. Clark. Shall we say the day after tomorrow?
Excellent. I'll let the nurse know.
Miss Drower, I suggest that you talk to the children in Andover. I notice many of them playing about by Mrs. Asher's shop. It is possible that they may have noticed someone behaving suspiciously.
Yes.
B. Children in Andover. Do you think we might draw our man out if we were to insert an advertisement in one of the newspapers? You know, ABC, urgent. I am close on your track. What about something for my silence, XYZ? Well, nothing quite as crude as that, but you get the idea.
I see, Mr. Clark, that you are, if I may say so without being offensive, still a boy at heart.
Oh, do you think so? Still, it can do no harm to try. C. Advertisement.
Do you really think that any of these lines will lead to anything, Poirot?
Oh, it is always possible. In the midst of tragedy, we start the comedy. Is it not so?
What on earth are you talking about?
Did you not notice the sudden jealousy of Miss Grey when Mr. Clark suggested he might have a word with the waitress? Enter.
Oh, Miss Grey.
Forgive me, but I thought there was something I should tell you, Monsieur Poirot.
But certainly, mademoiselle.
It is just this. Mr. Clark very generously gave you to understand that I left his brother's house at my own wish. But as a matter of fact, it was not quite like that. Lady Clark insisted that I should leave. But she suddenly took an unreasoning dislike to me and insisted that I should leave the house.
I think it's splendid of you to come and tell us this.
It is always better to tell the truth. I didn't want to shelter behind Mr. Clark's chivalry.
You have been very honest, mademoiselle.
It was rather a blow to me. I always thought Lady Clark was rather fond of me. One lives and learns. That was all I had to say. Goodbye, Monsieur Poirot.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Captain Hastings.
Well, I call that very sporting of her. She's got courage, that girl.
And calculation.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that she takes care to safeguard herself.
She is certainly a lovely girl.
I cannot rid my mind of the impression that something was said in our conversation this afternoon that was significant. But I cannot pin down what it was. No matter. Presently it will come to me. In the meantime, there is Lady Clark. Perhaps she will enlighten me on her reason for dismissing your beautiful Miss Grey.
I never thought it would be that way round. I was so sure that I should be the first to go. Carr was never ill. Was it Franklin who asked you to come here?
Yes, Lady Clark.
I do hope he isn't going to be foolish over that girl. He's so easily taken in, despite having knocked around the world so much.
He has an impulsive nature.
Oh, yes, and so very chivalrous. Everything is so dim. One's body is such a nuisance when it gets the upper hand. One is conscious of nothing else, whether the pain will hold off or not.
I know, Lady Clark. It is one of the tragedies of this life.
It makes one so stupid. I can't even remember what it was I wanted to say to you.
Was it something to do with your husband's death?
Oh, yes. It must have been. Mad, poor creature. The murderer, I mean. I've always been so sorry for mad people. You haven't caught him yet?
No, not yet.
The man must have been hanging round the house all day.
But no stranger came to the house.
Who says so?
The servants? Miss Grey?
Oh, that girl is a liar. I didn't like her. Carr thought the world of her, such a good worker, he said, so brave. She was supposed to be an orphan. I soon sent her packing. Franklin had the impertinence to suggest that she might be a comfort to me. Comfort to me. The only thing that would give comfort to me, I told him, would be to see the back of her. I didn't want her to make a fool of Franklin. I didn't want him to get mixed up with her. He's like a boy. No sense. That's one thing about being ill. People can't argue with you.
Why did you say that Miss Grey was a liar?
Because she is. You said that she told you no one came to the house that day.
Yes.
Very well, then. I saw her with my own eyes out of this window talking to a perfectly strange man on the doorstep.
Huh? What did the man look like?
An ordinary sort of man.
A tradesman?
No. A shabby sort of person. I can't remember. I'm a little tired. Please, you must go now. Forgive me.
By the time Poirot returned from Devon, the fourth letter, written in that painstakingly careful print with which we were by now all too familiar, had arrived for him.
Still no success. What do you and the police think you are doing? Poor Mr. Poirot, I'm quite sorry for you. We've a long way still to go. Tipperary? No, that comes further on. The next little incident will take place at Doncaster on September 11th. So long, ABC. We had better inform Inspector Cromhastings.
Right.
And warn Mr. Clark to be ready for action.
I'll take the letter with me, if I may, Mr. Poirot, for our fingerprint experts. If you'd care to make a copy.
No, it is not necessary.
What are your plans, Inspector?
Fairly comprehensive ones, Mr. Clark.
You've got a tricky task on your hands. I rather fancy old ABC has done you again.
The public won't have much to criticise in our arrangements this time. The 11th is until Wednesday of next week. That gives us ample time for a publicity campaign in the press. And we'll draft extra police into Doncaster on a fairly large scale. The whole of the town, police and civilians, will be out to catch one man. And with reasonable luck, we ought to get him.
It's easy to see you're not a sporting man, Inspector.
What do you mean by that?
Well, don't you realise that next Wednesday the St. Ledger is being run at Doncaster?
I hadn't taken that into account. It does rather complicate matters.
Oh, ABC is no fool, even if he is a madman.
Quite ingenious. It is well planned, one has to admit it.
It's my belief that the murder will be committed on the racecourse, while the St. Ledger is actually being run.
I'll telephone the Assistant Commissioner, if I may, Mr. Poirot.
By all means, Inspector. And we had better convene an emergency session of the Secret Legion, Mr. Clark.
But how can we be on the lookout for this man when we know nothing about him?
None of us has ever seen him or spoken to him. We've all gone over everything that we know over and over again.
Not everything. For instance, Miss Grey told us that she did not see or speak to any stranger at the house on the day that Sir Carmichael was murdered.
Yes, that's right.
Is it? Then why did Lady Clark tell me that she saw you from her window standing on the front doorstep talking to a man?
Lady Clark must have made a mistake. But I never spoke to... Oh, I remember now. How stupid. I'd forgotten all about it, but it wasn't important. Just one of those people who come round selling stockings. I was just crossing the hall when he came to the door. Well, he was quite a harmless sort of person. I suppose that's why I forgot all about him.
Stockings. Stockings. What is it? What is it that I'm trying to remember? Bon Dieu, I have it.
You have what, Poirot?
You remember the shop in Andover? In Mrs. Ash's bedroom, on a chair, we found a pair of new stockings.
Yes. And Mother bought Betty a pair of new stockings on the day before the murder.
It is the same pattern 3 times repeated. That cannot be a coincidence. Now tell me, mademoiselle, is it not true that your mother bought those stockings not at a shop, but from someone who came to the door?
Yes, she did. She said something about being sorry for those wretched men who go round and try to get orders.
But what's the connection? A man comes round selling stockings. That proves nothing.
Does it not? 3 crimes, and every time a man comes round selling stockings and spying out the land. Describe him, mademoiselle.
I can't. He had glasses, I think, and a shabby overcoat.
Oh, come, mademoiselle, you can do better than that.
He stooped. I hardly looked at him. Well, he wasn't the sort of man you'd notice.
You're quite right, mademoiselle. The whole secret of the murders lies in your description of the murderer. He wasn't the sort of person you'd notice. There is no doubt about it. That is our murderer.
A second-class return, please.
And where would that be to, sir?
Doncaster. I'm going to Doncaster.
And when would you be coming back, sir?
Oh, very soon. I don't think that I shall be staying long.
We all gathered together at Doncaster on the morning of the 11th of September. I was sure that we were building on a false hope, on the chance of recognising among a crowd of thousands of people a face glimpsed only for a moment.
But I told you, I never really looked at him. You're all depending on me, and I shall let you down, because even if I did see him again, well, I mightn't recognise him.
Now then, ma petite, this is no time for the hysteria. You will certainly recognise that man if you see him again.
How can you be so sure?
Because, in the end, the red always succeeds the black.
What do you mean by that, Monsieur Poirot?
I speak the language of the tables. At roulette, there may be a long run on the black, but in the end, red must turn up.
You mean that luck always turns?
Exactly, Miss Straw. A murderer is always a gambler, and like many gamblers, a murderer often does not know where to stop. With each crime, his opinion of his own abilities is strengthened. His sense of proportion is warped. He does not say, I have been lucky. He only says, I have been clever. And his opinion of his cleverness grows. And then, mes amis, the ball spins, and the run of the colour is over.
You believe that will happen in this case?
I believe that our luck has already turned. The clue of the stockings was a beginning.
I must say you're very heartening, Monsieur Poirot. We all need a bit of comfort.
It seems to me highly problematical that we can accomplish anything of practical value.
Don't be such a defeatist, Don.
And now it is time to make the beginning. This morning, you will each cover a different area of the town. This afternoon, you will all concentrate your attention on the racecourse. Mr. Clark will give you the exact details. Now go and get whatever you need for the day. I warn you, it may be a long one. And you, my friend, you are determined to accompany the expedition?
Oh, yes. I shouldn't be happy staying here doing nothing.
And would I be correct in supposing that you intend to be a cavalier to one of the ladies?
Yes, that was the general idea.
Mm-hmm. And which lady do you propose to honour with your company?
I hadn't really considered.
Oh. Miss Barnard, perhaps?
She's rather the independent type.
And Miss Gray?
That's a better idea.
Well, my friend, I'm sorry to interrupt your plans, but I must request you to turn your thoughts elsewhere. The person you are to escort is Mary Drower, and I must request you not to leave her.
Why is that, Poirot?
Because, my good friend, her name begins with a D.
1 and 9 penny, please.
There you are, sir, and threepence change. The film's just beginning.
In a cinema, and I had 40 men out on the racecourse.
How was the man killed?
With a knife. And I have to admit it was a pretty audacious piece of work. The killer was making his way out along the row. He pretended to stumble, and he leaned over the seat in front to pick up his hat. He stabbed the man sitting there and slipped an ABC guide under the seat. And nobody noticed. They just thought the fellow was asleep.
Has the dead man been identified?
He has, and ABC seems to have slipped up this time. The man was called Earlsfield, George Earlsfield.
Curious.
What's even more curious is that the chap sitting 2 seats away, the one who realised that the victim was not just having a good sleep, was a schoolmaster called Roger Downs. Did ABC simply get the wrong man, do you think?
There's a young lady here, Inspector, from the White Swan Hotel. She thinks she may have some information on the murder.
You better show her in then, Sergeant.
In you come then, miss. This is Inspector Crome, and A French gentleman.
Belgian.
Do please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
What is your name?
Marjorie Stroud, sir.
And what have you to tell us?
It were the gentleman in room 15, sir. I went up to take him his hot water. I knocked on the door, otherwise I wouldn't have gone in. And he were at the basin, washing his hands.
Go on.
It's your hot water, sir, I said. Oh, I've already washed in cold, he said. And I happened to look in the basin, and it were all red, and he had his coat off. He were holding the sleeve of it as if he'd been washing it in the basin.
Can you describe this man for us?
Rather shabby looking. He stooped and wore glasses.
When was this?
About 4:45, sir.
But that was over 2 hours ago. Why didn't you contact us at once?
Oh, we didn't hear about the murder till half hour ago. Then I sort of put two and two together.
Is this man still there, do you know?
I don't think so. One of the lads in the courtyard said he thought he saw him sneaking off that way.
We'll get over there straight away. Will you come with us, Mr. Poirot?
Here's the register, sir. Doesn't look as if he left a proper address.
Camden Town. And even that's probably not true. And what's his name? His writing's very cramped.
Alexander Bonaparte Cust.
A.B.C.
Looks as if he's done a runner, sir.
What about his luggage?
There's a good-sized suitcase left here, full of cardboard boxes.
Anything in them?
Stockings, sir. Silk stockings.
Congratulations, Mr. Poirot. Your hunch was right.
I hope that the Doncaster business might have knocked some of the stuffing out of Crome. But now that you can see where he's going at last, there's no stopping him. He's managed to establish quite a detailed little timetable for ABC, selling stockings in Andover and Bexhill and Churston, and he's found out the various hotels where he was staying. But that's only the half of it.
What's he discovered?
Well, he hasn't discovered anything. He's had a very useful tip-off from a man called Hartigan, whose girlfriend's mother lets out rooms at a house in Camden Town.
Camden Town?
He'd been reading about the case in the papers and got very suspicious on account of a chap called Cust, who'd had a room in the place for over a year.
What made him suspicious?
Well, apparently, Cust had told the people at the house that he was off to Cheltenham for a day or two. But Hartigan happened to be at Euston Station and noticed him getting on a train for Doncaster.
And what kind of a man did he say this Mr. Cust was?
Well, a man who'd come down in the world a bit, but the sort of creature you'd reckon would never harm a fly.
We've got him, Mr. Poirot. We've got him.
Oh, do take a seat, Inspector.
Thank you. Oh, hello, Jack.
I've been telling these good gentlemen about your little tip-off.
I didn't realise you'd heard about it. We went round to the house in Camden Town this morning. Cust came without any trouble. He seemed more bewildered than anything. A search of his rooms revealed a number of packages of hosiery, and at the back of the cupboard where they were stored, we found a parcel, much the same size and shape, but which turned out to contain not silk stockings, but 8 new ABC guides.
And what did he say about those?
What you'd expect. He'd never seen them before in his life. But there was something else that we found. You see, there was no sign of the knife in his room.
It would have been the act of an imbecile to bring that back from Doncaster with him.
Just you wait, Mr. Poirot. I asked myself where in the house he might have hidden it, and I got the answer straight away. The hall stand.
Gosh!
No one ever moves a hall stand. With a lot of trouble, we got it out from the wall. Felt as if it weighed a ton, and there it was.
The knife?
The knife, Jap. Not a doubt of it. The dried blood's still on it.
But that's astonishing.
There is one minor little snag, but I'm sure there's an answer to it. Cust seems to have an alibi for the Bexhill killing. Some fanatical dominoes player who cornered him in the hotel in Eastbourne where he was staying and forced him to play dominoes until the small hours of the morning. However, we've got him for the Doncaster killing. A little task for you, perhaps, Poirot. Find out how he managed to strangle Betty Barnard while he was allegedly playing dominoes.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm off back to the yard.
Well, I may as well come with you.
So long, Poirot.
Goodbye, Inspector.
Goodbye, Jap.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, Hastings, do you consider the case ended?
Well, yes. Practically speaking, they've got the man, they've got most of the evidence.
But where is the motive?
The man's a madman.
The man. Until we know about the man, the mystery is as deep as ever. All along I have been groping my way, trying to get to know the murderer. And now I realize, Hastings, that I do not know him at all.
Well, that's easily arranged. Why don't you go and see this Alexander Bonaparte Cust for yourself? I don't imagine there'll be any difficulty.
Do you know who I am?
No. No, I can't say I do.
I am Hercule Poirot.
Oh, yes.
I am the man to whom you wrote the letters.
Those letters weren't written by me. I've said so over and over again.
But if you did not write them, who did?
An enemy. I must have an enemy. Everyone's hand has always been against me. All my life, nothing has gone right for me. I got this wound in my head in the war. I could never hold down a decent job after that. Towards the end, I'd hardly got enough left of my little savings to hold body and soul together. And then I got this offer to go round selling stockings.
But you are aware of the fact that the firm you say employed you deny all knowledge of you.
But I've got all their letters, telling me where to go and on what dates.
But the police say that those letters were written on your own typewriter.
But the typewriter was sent to me by the firm at the beginning of the job.
The letters were written after then, Mr. Cust. And what about the ABC guides that were found in your cupboard?
I knew nothing about them. I thought they were more packages of stockings. I didn't even bother to open them. It's all a plot against me, can't you understand? Look at the second crime, the murder at Bexhill. I was in an hotel playing dominoes.
You play the game very well, I understand.
Oh, yes, I do. I used to play every lunchtime at a cafe in the city. You meet a lot of interesting people that way. There was one gentleman who talked to me for hours. I've never forgotten him because of what he told me. I thought by the end that I'd known him all my life.
What was it he told you, Mr. Cust?
It gave me a turn. A nasty turn. We were talking about your fate being written in your hand, and he showed me his hand and the lines that showed he'd have 2 near escapes. One was being drowned and I've forgotten what the other one was. And then he took my hand.
And what did he say he saw there?
He said I was going to be one of the most celebrated men in England before I died. Said the whole country would be talking about me. And then...
Yes, Mr. Cust?
He said it looked as though I might die a violent death. And he laughed. Almost looks as if you might die on the scaffold, he said. Well, he was only joking, but... Oh, it's my head, you see. I suffer badly with my head, and there are times when I don't know, when I don't know...
But you know, do you not, that you committed the murders?
Yes, I know.
But, I am right, am I not? You do not know why you did them.
No, I don't. I don't know why.
During the next few days, Poirot was very busy. There were mysterious comings and goings on which I was not invited to accompany him. He was always frowning to himself and talked very little, although he did, on one occasion, pay me a singularly backhanded compliment.
While I was asking myself certain questions, I remembered a remark of yours, a remark absolutely shimmering in its clear vision. Did I not once say you had a genius for stating the obvious? It is the obvious that I have neglected.
The following day, he asked me to call an emergency session of our Special Legion.
All along I have been worried about the why of this case. The mystery was not the mystery of the murders, but the mystery of ABC. Why did he find it necessary to commit these murders? And why did he select me as his adversary?
But what's the point of asking these questions now, Monsieur Poirot?
A man has been arrested. But for me, the mystery has not been solved, Mademoiselle Grey. Let me go back to the very beginning, the arrival of the first letter. It seemed to me at once that there was something very wrong about it.
And you were quite right.
But I did not pay sufficient attention to my feeling, my very strong feeling. And when the first murder was committed, and then the second, I concentrated on one question. Why did ABC need to commit these murders?
Isn't there such a thing as bloodlust?
You are quite right, mademoiselle. But a homicidal maniac desires to kill as many people as possible. Such a killer is concerned to hide his traces, not to advertise them. When we consider the first 3 victims selected, the murderer could have done away with them without incurring any suspicion. Why did he feel it necessary to draw attention to himself?
Because he wanted to score over you.
It is a very pathetic motive for murder, Mr. Fraser. I found it quite inconceivable at this point to enter into the mind of the murderer, and yet I did feel that there were things I was beginning to learn about him.
What kind of things?
To begin with, he had a tabular mind. His crimes were listed by alphabetical progression, although the selection of his victims appeared to be completely haphazard. Then ABC suggested what I may call a railway-minded man. This is more common in men than in women, though I still did not rule a woman out. It might perhaps be the sign of an underdeveloped mind.
You mean a kind of overgrown schoolboy?
Exactly. The death of Betty Barnard and the manner of her death gave certain other indications. To begin with, she was strangled with her own belt. And it was what you said to me, Mademoiselle Megan, that instantly confirmed the way I was thinking.
You mean what I said about her being a shameless flirt? Sorry, Don, but it was true, you know it.
She liked attention from a personable male. Therefore, ABC had to be a person with less sex appeal. I visualized the scene of Betty's death thus. They walk together on the beach. The man admires her belt. She takes it off. He passes it playfully round her neck, pretending to strangle her. She giggles, and the pretense becomes the reality.
Mr. Poirot, for God's sake.
I say no more. It is over. Then came the third murder of Sir Carmichael, and then the fourth. But by then we had obtained a vital indication.
The man selling stockings.
And the police found the sleeve of his jacket was all bloody.
And the knife behind the hall stand.
And he was arrested and charged.
And will probably end his days in Broadmoor.
Except for one little thing. Alexander Bonaparte Cust has an alibi for the night of the crime at Bexhill.
Yes, that's been worrying me all along.
Which leads us to 2 very interesting speculations. Supposing that he did not commit the murder at Bexhill.
But, Mr. Poirot, that just doesn't make sense.
Be quiet, mademoiselle. I am for the truth. Supposing somebody had forestalled him, what would he do? Commit a second murder? Or lie low and accept the death of Betty Barnard as a kind of macabre present?
But surely all the crimes must have been committed by the same person.
Exactly, Mademoiselle Grey. Supposing that someone else committed the Bexhill crime, could that person have been responsible for the other crimes also? I did then what I should have done at first. I examined the letters again. I had thought that what was wrong with them was that they had been written by a madman, but this time I came to a totally different conclusion. What was wrong with them was that they had been written by someone who was totally sane.
But the man couldn't possibly have been sane.
Merci. Was it not your great Shakespeare who has said you cannot see the trees for the wood?
I don't think he actually...
Where do you notice a pin least? When it is in a pincushion. When do you notice an individual murder least? When it is one of a series of unrelated murders. I realized I had to deal with an intensely clever, resourceful murderer, a person who had thought up a most fantastical defense for himself, to create a homicidal murderer.
Surely that's impossibly far-fetched.
Do you think so? I had now to review the ABC murders to trace the guilty person. I could hardly imagine Mrs. Asher's broken alcoholic of a husband carrying out such an elaborate scheme. Betty Barnard's fiancé, Donald Fraser, was a possibility.
But Don isn't that kind of person.
Precisely, mademoiselle. His motive could only be jealousy, and jealousy does not tend to premeditation. But when we come to the Carmichael crime, we are on infinitely more promising ground.
What exactly do you mean by that, Monsieur Poirot?
Sir Carmichael Clark was an immensely rich man. Who inherits his money? His wife, who has only a few months left to live. And then it goes to his brother, Franklin Clark.
But what possible motive could I have for killing Carr?
Your motive, Mr. Clark, is sitting by your side. Miss Thora Gray.
But I've got nothing whatever to do with it.
You told my friend Hastings, Mr. Clark, of the great affection your brother had for Miss Gray. He was like a father to her, you said. You knew very well that there was a very strong chance that on the death of your sister-in-law, Sir Carmichael would turn to this beautiful girl for sympathy and comfort, and that it might end, as so often happens with elderly men, in his marrying her. You judged, correctly or not, that Miss Gray was a young woman on the make.
That's a monstrous thing to say.
You had no doubt that she would jump at the chance of becoming Lady Clark. There might be children, and your chance of inheriting your brother's fortune would vanish.
This is all very ingenious and fanciful, Monsieur Poirot. But what about the wretched Mr. Cust caught red-handed? What about the blood on his coat? And the knife he hid in his lodgings? He may deny the crime.
On the contrary, he admits the fact.
Well, then, sure.
He has neither the nerve nor the daring, nor, I may add, the brains to conceive the plan and carry it out. But you, Mr. Clark, fit the personality of ABC quite perfectly. The attractive, free and easy manner, nothing simpler for you than to pick up Betty Barnard. The meticulous tabular mind, remember the notes you made at our meetings, and the irrepressible boyish enthusiasm.
But how can you account for the fact that Cust...
It was not enough for you, Mr. Clark, to devise this plan of a series of crimes to divert attention from the single crime you intended to commit. You needed also to have a stoking horse. Mr. Cust has told me of an encounter with a stranger in a London coffee house. You were that stranger, Mr. Clark. Cust was exactly the kind of shrinking and insignificant person you needed. His absurdly bombastic Christian names, spelling out ABC, gave you the basis for the whole alphabetical plan.
Because the man he was intending to murder began with a C.
You made your arrangements very carefully. You sent a letter to Cust, purporting to come from a hosiery firm, offering him a good salary and a generous commission. In Cust's name, you wrote for a large consignment of hosiery to be sent to him, and then you subsequently sent him a parcel of ABCs, packed up so that he would think it was another consignment of stockings. You knew very well that he would not bother to open it until the first batch was exhausted. Your plans were so well laid beforehand that you typed all the letters that were to be sent to him, telling him what places he should call at with the stockings in advance. For you had planned on exactly what dates the murders would be committed. And when you had written all your letters to Mr. Cust, you sent off to him the machine on which they had been typed, as if from the hosiery company, stating that it had been loaned to him for his work.
But what was the point of that?
So that when the police found the typewriter, they would recognize it as the machine on which all the letters had been typed, and Cust would be accused of having set up the whole operation himself.
And that, of course, was exactly what happened.
By the time Cust received the letters from what he believed to be the hosiery firm, your first two victims had already been selected.
A and B.
Just so. Mrs. Asher's name was written above her shop for all the world to see, and since she was often alone in there, disposing of her presented you with very little difficulty. In Betty Barnard, you found exactly the easy-going, gullible girl to suit your purpose. On the days you had told me the murder would occur, Cust followed his instructions and obediently presented himself at Andover and Bexhill, and you carried out the murders as you had planned.
How unutterably cold-blooded.
Which brings us to the third murder. The real murder from your point of view, Mr. Clark. In your letters to me, you had given ample warning of ABC's intentions, which was all very well for a town like Andover or Bexhill. But since Churston has so few inhabitants, you had to commit the murder before the police arrived on the scene. And so you arranged for your third letter to me
to be sent deliberately to the wrong address. That's what I said.
And no one paid any attention to you. From the very beginning, I could not understand why the letters had been sent to me personally and not to the police or to a newspaper. And then I realized why I had been chosen. The third letter had to go astray. This could hardly happen to a letter sent to Scotland Yard or to a newspaper, but a private address was another matter. All you had to do was to make a deliberate error, so that by the time the letter reached me, the crime would have been committed.
But what about Mr. Cust? He must have committed the fourth murder.
By the time Mr. Clark had reached the letter D, it mattered very little who was the victim. By way of our special legion, you were able, Mr. Clark, to arrange to be on the scene yourself. Mr. Cust had been instructed by the hosiery firm to go to Doncaster, and your plan was to follow him around and trust to opportunity. Mr. Cust went to a cinema, and from then it was simplicity itself. You took a seat a little way away from him. When he got up to go, you did the same. You pretended to stumble and stabbed a man asleep in the row in front and slipped the ABC onto his knees. You contrived to collide with Mr. Cust in the darkness, wiped your knife on his sleeve, and slipped it into his pocket.
But did Mr. Cust really believe that he had committed the murder?
People in Mr. Cust's condition often have blanks in their memory, and they cannot recall what they have done. He was nervous, highly neurotic, and very susceptible. He had been in Andover and Bexhill and Churston, and his mind was already in a state of confusion as to whether he might be the murderer. The blood on his sleeve, the knife in his pocket were the final confirmation.
It's an ingenious theory, Monsieur Poirot, but you really don't have a single shred of proof.
No, that is not so, Mr. Clark. You were quite safe so long as no one suspected you, but once I was certain that you were the murderer, proofs were not difficult to come by.
What kind of proofs?
Your photograph was picked out from half a dozen others by two people who had seen you leaving the cinema at Doncaster, at a time when you were supposed to be on the racecourse, keeping an eye out for the murderer.
Well, hardly very conclusive.
Millie Bigley, a waitress at the cafe in Bexhill, recognized you as the man who took Betty Barnard out for a drive on that fatal evening. And finally, most damning of all, your fingerprint was found on one of the keys of the typewriter you sent to Cust, which, if you are innocent, you could never have handled.
So, Monsieur Poirot, it looks as if my luck has run out. You said that Red would be bound to turn up in the end. But it was worth a gamble.
It's no good you're looking round for a way of escape, Mr. Clark. The building is surrounded.
Who the devil are you?
Chief Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard. I must warn you that anything you may say may be used in evidence against you.
I have nothing to say.
Take him down to the car, Sergeant.
Sir.
I can't wait to see Chrome's face when he learns about this. He was so certain that he'd got his man.
So, what's to become of the unfortunate Mr. Cust?
He has already been released. Huh? One of the popular newspapers has been pestering him for his life story. He told me they had offered him £100.
And what did you advise him to do?
I told him to settle for nothing less than 500, and not to confine himself to one paper. I also told him that he was now a very famous man. At last, he can live up to his extravagant Christian names.
Alexander Bonaparte. You know, Poirot, it was that fingerprint on the typewriter that really clinched it. It completely finished Franklin Clark off.
Yes, they are useful things, the fingerprints. I put that in for you, my friend.
You mean to say it wasn't true?
Not in the least. It is not the clues that count, the footprints and the traces of cigarette ash, but the steady penetration into the mind of the murderer. And there is only one way by which that can be achieved.
What's that, Poirot?
By exercising the little grey cells, mon ami. The little grey cells.
In Agatha Christie's The ABC Murders, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat. Captain Hastings, Simon Williams. Chief Inspector Japp, Philip Jackson. Franklin Clark, John Rye. Alexander Bonaparte Cust, Ioan Meredith. Lady Clark, Jane Wenham. Inspector Crome, Tom George. Thora Gray, Lucy Patterson. Mary Drower, Gemma Saunders. Megan Barnard, Beth Chalmers. Donald Fraser, Christopher Kellen. Marjorie Stroud, Zaina Harding Roots. The Police Sergeant, Tim Treloar. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The ABC Murders was dramatised for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
Hallowe'en Party? I thought that sort of thing only happened in America.
Goodness, no. You lead such a sheltered life, Ariadne. Haven't you seen all the witches' hats in the shops? Anyway, I promised Rowena Drake that I'd lend a hand, and I did kind of hint that you might be going.
I hope you didn't make any rash promises on my behalf, Judith. I don't want to find myself presenting the prize for the best pumpkin.
I didn't promise anything. Well, she knows your books, of course.
So many people do.
I thought it might provide you with a story.
Mummy, I'm sure my temperature's gone down. There's nothing wrong with me at all. I'm sure I shall be fine by this evening. Can't I go?
Half an hour ago it was 102. You can't have recovered just like that. Back to bed, Miranda.
But everyone else will be going.
Well, they'll just have to do without you. Off you go. Mrs. Holt will bring you a cup of tea. Come on, Ariadne. I promised Mrs. Drake we'd be there by 3.
And I'm not expected to do anything?
Nothing at all. Just think of it as the background for one of your murder stories.
I'm so glad you were able to come, Mrs. Oliver. And it was so good of you to agree to judge the girls' fancy dress competition. They'll be so thrilled.
Fancy dress? But I understood that I wasn't going to be asked...
Where are you going to have a snapdragon, Mrs. Drake?
In the dining room.
I'll best get something to cover up the table, then.
There's a green baize cloth in the cupboard in the kitchen.
I thought we'd hang those fairy lights all the way around the landing, Mrs. Drake. Will that be all right?
You're not going to hammer any nails in?
Oh, no, we'll just tie them up.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Gracious no, Mrs. Oliver. Why don't you find
Where's
a chair?
the bobbing for apples going to be?
In the library. Mrs. Minden's gone off to find a really solid bucket, one that won't fall over. This is Ariadne Oliver, Miss Whittaker.
How do you do?
Miss Whittaker teaches at the Elms. That's the school most of the girls go to.
How do you do? You know, I've never understood what apple bobbing had to do with Halloween. It doesn't seem appropriate somehow.
Apples were supposed to be associated with happy souls. You were given an apple to keep the evil spirits away.
Evil spirits?
Halloween was the night when the force of evil was at its most powerful, when witches were free to consort with the devil. And in this part of the world, they used to hold a Sabbath at the old stone circle at Kilterbury Ring.
For on Alamas Eve, the night I shall ride, and all our ninefold sweeping on by our side.
Are you going to tell the girls' fortunes this year, Mrs. Goodbody?
Well, I don't do the telling exactly. I give them a mirror, and they see the face of the man they're going to marry.
Oh, that's what that ingenious contraption is that Nick is rigging up. It's to project pictures onto the mirrors.
Are you the lady that writes the detective books?
Yes, that's right.
I read one of them once, The Dying Goldfish. I thought it was quite good.
Thank you, dear.
I thought it was a bit tame, really. Only one murder.
One murder is generally quite enough for most people.
I saw a murder once.
Don't be silly, Joyce.
Did you really? Did you really and truly see a murder?
Of course you didn't, Anne. Don't say silly things, Joyce.
I did see a murder. I did.
Murder will out. That's what they say.
What kind of murder? Why didn't you go to the police?
Because I didn't know it was a murder when I saw it. It really wasn't until a long time afterwards that I began to see it was a murder. Something that somebody said only a month or two ago suddenly made me think. Of course, it was a murder.
And when did you see this, my dear?
Years ago. I was quite young at the time.
I don't believe it. You're making it up.
Of course she's making it up. She's always making things up.
I'm not making it up, Leopold. I swear it.
That's quite enough, Joyce.
Why don't you tell us about it, then?
I've brought the apples, Mrs. Drake. Where do you want them? In the library, please, Mrs. Minden.
Right.
Just a minute. I can never resist an apple. They're my besetting sin.
And they help to keep the evil spirits at bay.
Delicious.
I'd better go and see where the boys are going to hang the pumpkins.
It's pumpkin night tonight. It's pumpkin night tonight. Give us a candle. Give us a light. It's pumpkin night tonight.
It's pumpkin night tonight. It's pumpkin night tonight. Give us a candle. Give us a light. It's pumpkin night tonight.
Hercule Poirot speaks.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I felt sure you'd be bound to be out.
No, my dear Ariadne, I am having a quiet evening all by myself.
Look, I'm in a terrible state.
Yes, I can hear that. What is the matter?
It's too difficult to tell you on the phone. Can I come round and see you straight away? You're the only person who might know what to do.
Now, come and sit yourself down. May I get you something to drink? A little cognac?
I don't drink. Surely you haven't forgotten.
No, I have not forgotten, but I thought it might do you good.
No, I don't want anything, really.
Then calm yourself. And tell me what it is that has upset you.
Well, it all began with a party, a Hallowe'en party. Do you know what that is?
I know what Halloween is. The last night in October when the witches ride on their broomsticks.
There was a witch. She was called Mrs. Goodbody, but I don't remember a broomstick. It all started with the apples.
Apples?
Bobbing for apples. It's one of the things you do at a Halloween party.
Ah, yes, I think I have heard of that.
The party ended with a snapdragon.
Snapdragon?
You know, burning raisins in a dish.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that must have been when it happened.
When what happened?
The murder. Everyone went home after the snapdragon, and that was when they couldn't find her.
Find whom?
A girl called Joyce. Everyone went round the house calling for her. We found her in the end, in the library. That's where they'd been bobbing for apples.
What had happened?
You know, I think I might take a little brandy after all, just a little.
Ah, maybe, of course.
Someone had shoved her head down and held her there until she drowned, in a galvanised iron bucket full of water. It was horrible. Not at all like the way murder happens in my books. I never want to see an apple again.
Here. It will do you good.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
Now, when did all this happen? And where?
Last night, at a place called Woodley Common.
Woodley Common. Now, why does that name seem familiar to me?
I was staying with a friend, Judith Butler. She's a widow. I went on an Hellenic cruise last year. She was there too. We got to know one another, and she asked me to come and stay at her house. And I was invited to this Halloween party. It was for young teenagers, really. Sort of celebration for the girls who had passed their 11+.
Did any of the people who were there know who you were?
Oh, yes. One of the children said something about my writing books, and they started talking about murder. And that's what led up to the thing that made me come to you.
And what is that?
Joyce said, I saw a murder once, and somebody said, don't be so silly, and one of the girls said she was making it up. but she insisted she'd seen it.
Had she told anyone about it? Her parents? Did she go to the police?
No, the other girl asked her that, and she said, because I didn't know at the time it was a murder.
A very interesting reason. And do you yourself think that she really had seen a murder?
It's the only way that her death makes sense. That there was a murder, and that she was a witness to it.
But that would mean, would it not, that the murder was committed by one of the people at the party?
Yes, but it wasn't at the party that she said it. It was in the afternoon, when everyone was getting it ready. You don't think I'm just imagining things, do you? What other reason could there have been?
A girl was murdered by someone who had strength enough to hold her head down in a bucket of water. An ugly murder, and a murder that was committed with no time to lose. Somebody thought they were threatened and struck as soon as it was humanly possible.
Joyce could not have known who it was that committed the murder. I mean, she wouldn't have said what she did if she knew the murderer was in the room with her.
And how many people were there?
Oh, it's difficult to say. Everyone was rushing about doing things. 15, perhaps, could have been more.
And where did you say this was?
Woodley Common. It's not that far away, 30 or 40 miles from London.
Ah, now I remember why the name is familiar to me.
And why is that?
A very old friend of mine, Superintendent Spence, went to live there when he retired from the force. I think he might possibly be able to be of assistance to us.
So you want me to find out exactly who were at the party?
And at the preparation for it. And I want to know all about them. Anything you can tell me.
Well, I've only been down here a year, but it's not a big community. My sister's been here longer. She might be able to help. I can guess pretty well already who would have been at the party itself. A preponderance of women, on the whole. Men don't turn up much at children's parties. Well, the doctor would have been there, and the vicar, I suppose, and young Nicholas Ransom, and his friend from college, Desmond. You've absolutely ruled out any sexual motive for the killing. How old was the girl?
12 or 13.
It's just that this boy Desmond was remanded for a psychiatrist's report some time ago. May have been nothing in it. Otherwise, as I say, they'd be women. Mothers, aunts, helpers. Oh, there'd be Miss Emlyn, who runs the village school, and her assistant, Miss Whittaker. Rather a peculiar lady, I've always thought. But I don't see any of them as likely murderers.
I suspect that what we are looking for is an unlikely murderer. Someone who would never be suspected. Someone to whom it would come as a terrible shock to discover that there had been a witness to the crime. And that is another matter on which I shall need your valuable assistance.
How do you mean?
We have to find out what was the original crime. Now, I want to know what unexplained deaths there have been at Woodley Common over the last few years. Something that this child could have witnessed but not realized its true significance. A car accident where the driver might have gone directly for the victim. Tablets slipped into someone's tea. Someone who was pushed from a cliff.
Well, there aren't any cliffs around here.
No. I was merely giving examples, Superintendent. There are hosts of possibilities.
Well, I'll do what I can, and I'll rope in Elspeth. There's nothing much that goes on round here that she doesn't know about. Why don't you come back here this evening and have a bite to eat with us?
That would be very kind. And now I must be on my way. Mrs. Oliver is to take me to the scene of the murder.
Mrs. Drake's house. You'll find it's got an uncannily appropriate name.
And what is that?
It's called Apple Trees.
Yes, it has taken on a certain grim significance.
Such a dreadful thing to happen in one's own house.
The whole thing seems completely incredible. The party was going so well.
Do you have any theories about why the poor girl was murdered, Mrs. Drake?
I'm certain that someone just walked into the house. Not a difficult thing to do under the circumstances. Someone of a highly disturbed mentality, I suppose. Anyone peeping in through the window could see there was a children's party going on, and this poor wretch, if one can really feel any pity for these people, enticed the child away somehow and killed her.
Perhaps if you would be so good as to show me where...
Of course. It happened in the library.
I won't come with you if you don't mind.
There's nothing to see now. This way, Mr. Poirot.
The police seem to think that the murder must have taken place while the Snapdragon was going on. That was in the dining room over there. All the lights had been switched off. The only thing you could see was the blazing dish.
So that anybody might have slipped out.
Exactly. This is the library. Bucket in which the poor girl was drowned stood about here.
Ah. Now, I suppose there was water, a good deal of water.
There was water in the bucket, of course.
I mean that if the child's head was pushed underwater, there would have been a lot of water splashed about.
Oh, yes. Even while the apple bobbing was going on, the bucket had to be filled up once or twice.
So the person who committed the crime would have got wet?
Yes, I suppose so.
That was not specially noticed?
No. Inspector Raglan asked me about it quite specifically. You see, by the end of the evening, nearly everyone was a bit dishevelled or damp or covered in flour. The police didn't seem to think there was any useful clue there.
No, I suppose the only clue was the child herself. I hope you will tell me all you know about her.
About Joyce?
The victim is always important. The murdered person, you see, is often the cause of the crime.
I suppose I see what you mean. Mrs. Oliver is right. There is something creepy about this room now. Shall we go back and join her in the morning room?
I suppose it was all my fault, really. If I hadn't been here, there wouldn't have been any talk about murder, and none of this would have happened.
Well, you are a very famous person, Ariadne.
So, now you will tell us all about Joyce, Mrs. Drake.
I don't really know what you expect me to say. Surely it would be better to ask the poor girl's mother.
But what I want is not a mother's estimate of a dead daughter, but a clear, unbiased opinion from someone who has a great knowledge of human nature. Now, you have been an active worker in many social and welfare fields here, after all.
Well, it is a little difficult. I mean, children of that age, she was 12 or 13, I think, are very much alike.
Surely there are very great differences in character and disposition. Did you like her?
Well, of course I liked her. I like all children. Most people do.
There I do not agree with you. Some children I consider most unattractive. Was she a nice child or not a nice child?
You must realize, Monsieur Poirot, the poor child is dead.
Dead or alive, it matters. Perhaps if she had been a nice child, nobody would have wanted to kill her.
But surely it isn't a question of niceness.
It could be. I understand that she claimed to have seen a murder committed.
Oh, that.
But you did not take it seriously?
Of course not. She was just showing off because Mrs. Oliver was here.
But she did insist that it was true.
I don't believe it for 1 minute. It's the sort of stupid thing Joyce would say.
She was a stupid girl?
Well, she was the kind who liked to show off. She always pretended to have seen more and done more than all the other girls.
What did the other children have to say about it? Were they impressed?
They laughed at her. So, of course, that made it worse.
Well, madame, I am glad to have your personal assurance on that point.
It was all put on to impress people.
Particularly me, I suppose.
And now we must take our leave. Thank you so much for allowing me to view the scene of this very unpleasant occurrence. Au revoir, madame.
Very unsuitable place for a murder, don't you think? No atmosphere, no haunting sense of tragedy, no character worth murdering.
I could not help feeling that just occasionally someone might feel like murdering Mrs. Drake.
She can be intensely irritating, so pleased with herself, so complacent.
What is her husband like?
Oh, she's a widow. Her husband died a year or two ago. He got polio and had been disabled for years. He was a banker, originally, I think.
Do you like Mrs. Drake? Do you think she's a nice woman?
You do ask the most embarrassing questions. Seems the only thing you're interested in is whether people are nice or not. Rowena Drake is the bossy type, likes running things and people. She runs the whole place, more or less.
Now, tell me about the woman we are to see next, the mother of the unfortunate Joyce.
Mrs. Reynolds. I don't really know her. Pleasant enough, rather stupid, I should think. I'm sorry for her, though. It's awful to have your daughter murdered. Everyone round here seems to think it was a sex crime, which makes it worse.
But there was no evidence of sexual assault?
No. People like to think these things happen.
I don't see how it could have been anyone living round here. This is such a nice place, and the people living here are such nice people. It must have been a man who came in from the outside, a drug addict probably.
Well, what makes you so sure it was a man?
Oh, it must have been a man. I mean, you don't find women doing things like that. Joyce was only a child. 13 years old.
No, I do not want to distress you by staying here too long, Mrs. Reynolds, or to ask you difficult questions, but I am trying to follow up a remark that your daughter made at the party. You were there yourself, I think.
Well, no, I wasn't. I haven't been very well lately, and these parties can be very tiring. I drove the children there and came back to fetch them. My son Leopold was there, of course, and my elder daughter Anne. What was it Joyce said that you wanted to know about?
She said that she had once seen a murder committed.
Joyce? Oh, she couldn't have said a thing like that. She must have been joking.
She was very positive. She kept on saying that it was true and that she'd seen it.
But if anything like that had happened, she'd have told me about it, wouldn't she?
One would have thought so. She did not say anything about it at some time during the past. You might have forgotten, especially if it was not really important.
Not really important? I thought you said it was a murder.
She said she didn't know it was a murder at the time.
When would this have been?
That is one of our difficulties. It might have been 3 weeks ago or 3 years. She simply said she was quite young at the time. Now, can you think of anything that she might have seen?
I can't imagine what she was talking about. I mean, you do hear of things, women being attacked and things like that, but I can't think of anything that Joyce could have come across.
You say her brother and sister were at the party. I wonder if we might speak to them.
Anne isn't here at the moment. She's still at the school, but Leopold's upstairs in his room. Second right at the top of the stairs.
Who on earth could she see murdered? It was just like Joyce, that.
What do you mean?
Showing off. She'd say anything to get people to notice her.
So you really think she invented the whole thing?
I expect she just wanted to impress you a bit.
Do you think anybody believed her?
Shouldn't think so. Miss Whittaker just told her not to be silly, and Anne just laughed at her.
Did she often tell stories like that?
She was an awful show-off. She once told the girls at school she'd been to India with our uncle. Lots of them actually believed her.
Who do you think killed your sister, Leopold?
I can't imagine anyone wanting to kill her. I suppose someone who was just batty. Who else would want to do it?
Oh, yes, I remember about her Indian story. Wasn't it you who told me, Elspeth?
She really let herself go. There was a Maharaja and a tiger shoot and elephants. Every time she told anyone about it, she would add another tiger or another elephant. She was always telling tall stories.
But that does not necessarily mean that every tale that she told was a lie.
Well, I'd say the likelihood was it usually would be.
And so she got herself killed.
That's true enough.
Who could she have seen murdered?
Nobody.
And have there been any unusual or unaccounted for deaths?
Well, I've done what you asked for, Poirot. I've jotted down a few names.
Unsolved murders?
Hardly as much as that. Just a few possibilities. Here.
Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe, Leslie Ferrier, Janet White. Tell me about Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe.
Oh, you might have something there. Her au pair girl went off one night and was never heard of again. She could have put something into her medicine easily enough. And she came into all the money, didn't she? Or that's what she thought.
The au pair girl?
Yes.
But did anyone think at the time that there was anything suspicious about Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's death?
No, she got heart trouble. Doctor attended her regularly.
Yet you put her on your list.
Well, she was a very wealthy woman, and though her death wasn't unexpected, it was sudden. I think the doctor was surprised.
She came here when her health began to fail. She wanted to be near her niece and nephew, that's Mr. and Mrs. Drake. She bought Quarry House.
Quarry House?
After her death, it was bought by Colonel Weston and his wife. It's a big Victorian house with a disused quarry in the grounds. I think it was that which attracted her. She spent thousands of pounds turning the quarry into a sunken garden, or whatever you call it. Had a landscape gardener come over from Wisley to design it. It's quite a showpiece, really.
I shall go and look at it. But tell me, what makes you suspect that the old lady might have been murdered?
Well, the au pair, for one thing.
Why?
Well, she must have forged the will. Who forged it if she didn't?
What forged will? Tell me.
Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's. There was, codicil.
She'd made wills before, all much the same, bequests to charities, legacies to old servants, but the bulk of her fortune always went to her nephew and his wife.
And this particular codicil?
Left everything to the au pair girl.
How long had she been with the old lady?
Oh, just over a year.
Exactly how old was Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe?
In her 60s. 65 or 6.
That is not so very old. But I suppose that the family claimed that the balance of her mind had been disturbed, that there had been undue influence.
Well, it never came to that. The lawyers got onto the forgery pretty smartly. It seems it was not a very convincing affair.
It would have been easy enough for the au pair to have done it. Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe was very concerned about traditional values. She believed that personal letters should always be handwritten, but she suffered from severe arthritis, and so the au pair girl wrote a great many of her letters for her. Seems that the old lady told her to make the handwriting as much like hers as possible, and even to sign it with her name. So when it came to forging the codicil, she must have thought she could get away with it. But the lawyers were too smart for her.
These were Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's own lawyers?
Yes, Fullerton, Harrison and Ledbetter, in the High Street. They'd always done her legal business for her. Now, the girl was questioned about the will, and she obviously got the wind up. Just walked out one day, leaving most of her things behind her.
They were preparing to take proceedings against her, but she didn't wait for that. She probably went back to her own country.
A fascinating story, but I do not see what there was for Joyce to have seen. Now, what about this Leslie Ferrier?
Now he was a lawyer's clerk, worked for Fullerton, Harrison and Ledbetter, Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's lawyers.
And what happened to Leslie Ferrier?
He was stabbed in the back, not far from a pub called the Green Swan. He was supposed to be having an affair with the wife of the landlord. 5 or 6 years older than he was, but she liked them young.
They said he'd broken with her and gone off with some other girl, but who she was, no one ever discovered.
And so who was the suspect, the husband or the wife?
Might have been either. The wife seemed the more likely. She was a very temperamental piece.
But there were other possibilities. Leslie Ferrier had got into trouble when he was in his early 20s. Forgery and falsifying accounts. He went to prison for it.
Fullerton, Harrison and Ledbetter took him on when he came out of prison.
Most commendable of them. And did he lead a blameless life after that?
Well, nothing was ever proved.
But he had a lot of money in his bank account, paid in cash. Nothing to show where it had come from.
Again, it does not sound like the murder we are looking for. Now, what about Janet White?
Found strangled on a footpath, which was a short cut from the school where she taught to her home. A friend of hers said she was very nervous about some man she'd broken off from a month or so before. He'd been sending her threatening letters, apparently, but no one found any trace of them, or of him, for that matter.
I like this case better.
For what reason?
It is a more likely murder for a girl of Joyce's age to have witnessed. She could have recognized the victim, a school teacher whom she knew and who perhaps taught her. When was this murder?
2.5 years ago.
That could be about the right time. She might have seen this man with his arms about Janet White without realizing that he was strangling her. It was only much later that the true explanation came to her. Yes, it is quite possible. What did you say was the name of the headmistress?
Mr. Emlyn.
And she was also at the Halloween party?
I believe so.
Bon, then I shall pay her a visit. I shall, as you say, be killing the two birds with the one stone.
There is no room for unnecessary sentiment about Joyce. It only clouds the mental faculties. To speak plainly, she was rather a mediocre child, neither stupid nor particularly intelligent. Her only outstanding characteristic was that she was a compulsive liar.
She was deceitful?
Oh, no, she didn't lie to avoid being found out or anything conventional like that. She boasted. She boasted of things that had not happened, but that would impress her friends. As a result, of course, no one was inclined to believe her.
So you do not think that Joyce saw a murder committed at all?
I should doubt it very much. She might have witnessed, perhaps, a car accident, or someone who was hit by a ball on the golf course. Something she could work up into an impressive happening that could, just conceivably, pass as an attempted murder.
I believe that one of your own teachers a year or so ago was strangled by an unknown killer.
Are you referring to Janet White?
That is so.
A strange, emotional girl. As far as is known, she was out walking alone. She may, of course, have arranged to meet some young man. She was a girl who was quite attractive to men in a modest sort of way. Her killer was never discovered. The police questioned various young men, or asked them to assist them in their inquiries, as they put it, but they were not able to find sufficient evidence to bring a case against anyone. An unsatisfactory business from their point of view. And, I may say, from mine.
Did you know her well?
Not particularly well. Not outside her work at the school. She wouldn't have confided in me, if that is what you mean.
Is there anyone on your staff who would be able to help me?
Well, her great friend here was Nora Ambrose, but she is no longer here. I think, perhaps, that you should talk to Miss Whittaker. She should be free in a few minutes.
I presume that this is about the death of Joyce Reynolds, but I can't see exactly how you come into it. Through the police?
No, not through the police, through a friend.
So, what do you want to know?
I don't think there is any need to tell you. I want to know about the Halloween party. You were there, I believe.
Yes, I was there. It was a very good party. Well, at least it started out that way.
Did you help out with the arrangements beforehand?
I was there, but there was really very little to do. Mrs. Drake had seen to everything.
And then you came back to the party as one of the guests.
That is right.
And was there anything particular about the party which caught your attention? Anything that might have had a certain significance?
There was one thing, yes. At the end, they had a snapdragon. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I know. And what happened at the snapdragon?
No, nothing happened there. But it was very hot in the room where it was happening, and I couldn't stand all the shrieking and the laughter, so I went out into the hall. It was then that I saw Mrs. Drake coming out of the lavatory on the first floor landing. She was carrying a large vase of flowers. She stopped and looked over the well of the staircase towards the other end of the hall, where there is a door leading to the library.
The library. Go on.
She made a sudden movement, as if something had startled her, so much so that she lost hold of the vase, and it fell, it crashed down into the hall below, broke into smithereens.
And what do you think had happened to startle her?
I thought she had seen something.
Such as?
Well, it seems to me that she may have seen the door of the library opening from the inside.
Nothing more than that?
Well, she may have seen someone she did not expect to see.
Did you see anyone?
No, I was not looking that way. Oh, but everything happened so quickly. I tried to help Mrs. Drake mop up the water and sweep up the broken glass, but then the children started to come out of the Snapdragon room, and then shortly after that the party came to an end.
Did you ask Mrs. Drake what it was that had startled her?
I had no earthly reason to do so. If your hostess has been so unfortunate as to smash one of her best glass vases, it's hardly the part of the guest to ask, what on earth made you do that?
No, quite so. And you could not have known at the time that behind the library door Joyce was dead. So whoever it was that may have been in the library could have made their exit while the hall was full of people putting on their coats and saying goodbye. It was not until after the body had been found, I presume, Miss Whittaker, that you had time to reflect on what you had seen.
That is so. And that, I'm afraid, is all I can tell you, and it may be a very foolish little matter.
A moment before you go, mademoiselle, there is one little question I should like to ask you.
What is it?
How long have you been a teacher here?
Just 6 years.
Do you remember a girl who was a teacher here 2 years ago, Janet White?
Janet White? But that has nothing to do with all this, surely.
It could have. Did you know her well?
She wasn't a close friend, if that's what you mean, but I still don't see how this concerns Joyce Reynolds.
She claimed to have seen a murder committed some years ago.
Oh, that was just nonsense. I told her so. She was just showing off in front of Ariadne Oliver.
I am not so sure. You do not think it could possibly have been the murder of Janet White which she witnessed? How did Janet White die?
She was strangled walking home from school one night.
Alone?
Oh, probably not alone.
But not with Nora Ambrose.
What do you know about Nora Ambrose?
Nothing as yet. But I should like to know. What were they like, Janet White and Nora Ambrose?
Oversexed. But in different ways. Janet seemed to become an utterly different person whenever there was a likely man around. No, but how could Joyce have possibly seen the murder? It took place in a lane near Quarry Woods. I mean, she can't have been more than 10 or 11.
And where is Nora Ambrose now?
She left the school, took another post in the north of England. She was naturally very upset.
The police never solved the crime?
No. Look, I shall be late if I stay here any longer. I must go.
Of course. There is just one thing I need to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
I would be grateful if you could tell me how to get to Quarry House.
If it's Colonel or Mrs. Weston you're after, they're away. Won't be back till next week.
It is of no great importance. I simply wanted to know whether they would permit me to see the gardens.
The gardens? Oh, did you mean Quarry Woods?
Yes, Quarry Woods. Is it possible to visit them?
Oh, yes. They're open to the public without charge. You'll find the entrance along there on the left-hand side. There's an iron gate.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Are you really going to walk round there in those shoes?
Of course.
You'll get wet feet.
Quarry Woods. What an ugly name for such beautiful gardens. An enchanted place, like something out of an ancient Greek legend. And as in all the best legends, there is something sinister about the place. In the midst of so much loveliness, there is fear.
Are you looking for something?
Oh, looking for something? No, I simply wanted to look at the gardens. Am I trespassing?
I don't think one could call it trespassing. Colonel Weston doesn't mind people walking around the place, so long as they don't do any damage.
It doesn't look as if anyone comes here very much. You would think there would be children playing or lovers walking.
Well, lovers don't come here. It's supposed to be unlucky for some reason.
Are you by any chance the man who designed this garden?
I am. My name is Michael Garfield.
Mm-hmm. You look somehow as if you were part of the place. You must be very satisfied with what you have achieved here.
Is one ever satisfied?
You made it, I believe, for Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe.
You seem to be remarkably well informed.
Mm-hmm. Was she satisfied with this thing of beauty?
Up to a point. I carried out my own ideas and convinced her that they were her own. It's not a very difficult art to learn. I have to sell my wares, as you, I presume, have to sell yours.
Sell my wares?
Investigation, detection, whatever you call it.
Ah, you know who I am, then?
News travels fast in a small community like this, and you don't exactly blend with the landscape. You're trying to find out what happened at the Hallowe'en party.
Were you there?
No.
You are fortunate.
Fortunate?
To have been one of the guests at a party where a murder is committed is not a pleasant experience. People ask you times, dates, impertinent questions. You knew the child Joyce?
Oh, yes. I know most of the people living round here.
What was she like?
How can I put it? She was not important. She had rather an ugly voice, shrill. Really, that's all I can remember about her. I'm not particularly fond of children. Mostly they bore me. Joyce bored me.
She was not interesting?
I shouldn't think so. Does she have to be?
It is my view that people devoid of interest are unlikely to be murdered. People are murdered for gain, for fear, or for love. One takes one's choice. But one has to have a starting point. But I have an engagement to fulfill, and I am already late. Can you tell me how I get to Mrs. Butler's house from here?
Mrs. Butler? That's quite simple. You follow that path and just keep going.
Thank you. Goodbye. And once again, my felicitations.
Mr. Poirot? You are Mr. Poirot, aren't you?
That is my name.
I came to meet you. You are coming to tea with us.
With Mrs. Butler, yes.
You're rather late.
I'm sorry. I stopped to speak to someone.
Yes, I saw you. You were talking to Michael.
You know him?
Of course. We've lived here quite a long time. I know everybody.
Forgive me asking, but how old are you?
I'm 12. I'm going to boarding school next year.
Oh, will you be sorry or glad?
I don't really know until I get there. I don't think I like this place very much. Not as much as I did.
I presume that you are Mrs. Butler's daughter.
That's right.
What is your name?
Miranda.
I think it suits you.
Are you thinking of Shakespeare?
Yes. Are you studying The Tempest at school?
Miss Whittaker read some of it to us. I liked it. Oh, brave new world. There isn't anything really like that, is there?
You don't believe in it?
Do you?
There is always a brave new world, but only, for very special people, the lucky ones, the ones who carry the making of that world within themselves.
I see. We go this way. You can go through the hedge of our garden.
Huh? Through the hedge?
Oh, yes. That's where the fountain was. Just over there.
A fountain?
Oh, years ago. I suppose it's still there, underneath the shrubs and azaleas and things. It was all broken up, you see.
Seems a pity. You know this place very well. Do you often come here?
Oh, yes. It's one of my favourite places. Nobody knows where I am, you see, when I come here. I sit up in the trees and watch things. I like that.
What sort of things?
Mostly birds and squirrels. Birds are very quarrelsome, aren't they?
And do you watch people?
Sometimes. But there aren't many people who come here.
Why not, I wonder?
I suppose they are afraid.
Why should they be afraid?
Because someone was killed here, long ago. Before it was a garden, I mean. It was a quarry once. And then there was a gravel pile. That's where they found her. Do you think the old saying is true? About you're born to be hanged or born to be drowned?
Oh, nobody is born to be hanged nowadays. You do not hang people any longer in this country.
Joyce was drowned. Mummy didn't want me to know, but that was rather silly, I think. Don't you? I mean, I'm 12 years old.
Was Joyce a friend of yours?
Yes, she was. She'd tell me very interesting things sometimes. She'd been to India once. I wish I'd been to India. Joyce and I used to tell each other all our secrets.
Who told you about Joyce?
Mrs. Perry. That's our cook. Someone held Joyce's head down in a bucket of water.
Have you any idea who that someone was?
I wasn't there. I had a sore throat and a temperature. But I think I could know who it was. Because she was drowned. That's why I asked you if you thought people were born to be drowned. We go through the hedge here.
Ah.
Be careful of your clothes.
Ah. Oh, la, la.
Here's Mr. Poirot. I got him all right.
Miranda, you didn't bring him through the hedge, did you? You ought to have gone by the path at the side gate.
This is a better way, isn't it, Mr. Poirot?
And it is certainly more direct.
And more painful, I imagine.
I did introduce you, didn't I?
To Mrs. Butler, of course.
Please sit down, Monsieur Poirot.
Merci.
Ariadne and I met in Greece.
Yes, I fell into the sea when we were coming back from one of the islands. It had got rather rough. Judith helped fish me out, and it made a kind of bond between us, didn't it?
Besides, I liked your name. It seemed very appropriate somehow.
Nothing very Ariadne-like ever happened to me, I'm afraid. I've never been abandoned on a Greek island by a man I love.
We can't all live up to our names.
Oh, indeed. I can't see you in the role of cutting off your lover's head. What was his name?
Holofernes. She thought it was her patriotic duty. She popped the head into a bag and carried it back to Bethulia.
Now, where on earth did you learn that from?
Don't look at me. I didn't introduce Miranda to the gorier bits of the Apocrypha. It was Miss Whittaker. Mind you, it's not the sort of thing I'd do, cut someone's head off while they were asleep.
How would you dispose of your enemies, Miranda?
I should be very kind. I'd use a sort of drug that gives people euthanasia. They would go to sleep and have beautiful dreams and never wake up again.
Why don't you go and put the kettle on, Miranda, and see how the scones are doing?
You just want to get me out of the way.
She is an astonishing child, Miranda.
You have a very beautiful daughter, madame. Just like a wood nymph. One does not wonder that she spends so much time in the lovely gardens which adjoin your house.
I wish she wasn't so fond of it sometimes. I'm frightened of her being there on her own, even if it is so close. That's why you've got to find out why this dreadful thing happened to Joyce, Monsieur Poirot. But I better see about tea. Why don't you both take a stroll around the garden? It's lovely now. Quite a St. Martin's summer.
She is a very lovely woman, your friend Judith. If Miranda is a wood nymph, she is a water spirit. But something is giving her great concern. What do you know about her?
Not very much, really. Her husband died a good many years ago in an air crash, I think. She was very broken up about it.
Is Miranda her only child?
Yes. Judith does some part-time secretarial work, but she doesn't have a fixed job. But it isn't Judith we should be talking about. How are you getting on?
I am following up a number of past deaths.
Why past deaths?
The past is the father of the present. I have written the names down here in my notebook.
Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe, wealth, au pair girl disappeared. What's an au pair girl got to do with it? Why did she disappear?
Because she was about to get into some form of trouble.
What sort of trouble? The kind au pair girls usually get into?
Oh, no, not at all. It was to do with a forged will, or rather a codicil in the au pair's favour.
I don't see what that's got to do with the murder of poor Joyce.
Neither do I, but it is interesting.
Janet White. Who was she?
She was a school teacher, a friend of Miranda's English teacher, Miss Whittaker.
The one who taught her about chopping off Holofernes' head?
Yes, but Janet White was strangled.
And this next one, Leslie Ferrier, who was he?
A lawyer's clerk. He was stabbed to death, and he had a prosecution for forgery.
He's ready.
Forgery again. So, where do we go from here?
To take tea with Judith Butler.
I mean, in your investigation.
I have an appointment with Ferrier's former employers, Fullerton, Harrison and Ledbetter. They also happen to have been solicitors to Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe.
Leslie Ferrier, you know. I'd nearly forgotten his name. It seems so long ago. The chap who got himself knifed.
Yes, Mr. Fullerton, that is the man I mean.
Well, I don't really know that I can tell you very much about him. It was some years ago. Killed near the Green Swan one night. No arrest was ever made, but I fancy the police had made up their minds about it.
A crime passionnel?
That was the theory of the time, jealousy. He'd been going out with a married woman. Her husband was the pub landlord. Quite a one for the girls, young Ferrier was. Most of them seemed to be considerably beneath him in station, but then I'm old-fashioned.
Was one of the girls responsible for his death, do you think, or was it Mrs. Green Swan?
I wouldn't like to say either way. I can't even be certain that it was jealousy.
You mean it could have been something quite different?
Ferrier was a very unstable character.
He had a criminal record, I believe.
You found that out, have you? Yes, he had. But he was still young. I thought he deserved a second chance.
Very admirable.
He got mixed up with rather a doubtful crowd, too closely connected with fiddling transactions outside the law. I gave him a warning or two, which I hope might do the trick, but there's a lot of corruption about these days.
And you think that his death may have been connected with these illegal dealings?
Quite possibly. These associations. Gangs is rather too melodramatic a term, but this is all supposition. There were no witnesses.
Yet somebody might have seen it happen. Somebody quite unlikely. A child, for instance.
Late at night, in the neighbourhood of the Green Swan. It seems to me most unlikely.
It does not seem unlikely to me. However, let us move on. There was a foreign girl who disappeared. Her name was Olga, I think.
Olga Semenov.
Not a very reliable character, I believe.
No, she was not.
I understand that she was companion or nurse attendant to Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe, who was a client of yours.
Yes, she was. Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe had several girls in their position, most of them unsatisfactory. She was not one to suffer fools gladly, but Olga Semenov seems to have suited her rather well. Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe became very much attached to her. Unwisely, as it seems to have turned out, but doubtless you know all about that.
I understand that Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe left quite a large sum to the girl.
A most surprising thing to happen. And the whole thing was done without consulting or involving our firm, as she'd always done before. It was a codicil written in her own handwriting. The whole residue of her fortune was left to Olga Semenov in gratitude for the devoted service and affection she had shown her.
I understand that the will was contested.
Oh, scarcely any need for that. From the evidence of handwriting experts, it became clear almost immediately that the codicil was a complete forgery.
Now, do you think that there is any possibility that Leslie Ferrier might have been involved?
Ferrier? How do you mean?
I understand that he had been convicted for forgery.
Oh, I see. Yes, it crossed my mind, but there was nothing to link him with the girl.
And the codicil was declared invalid?
Oh, yes. The money went to the Drakes as it was always intended it should.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Monsieur Poirot. The Church Christmas Fete Committee, I'm afraid. These things always take much longer than they ought to. What can I do for you? Something more about that dreadful party?
I'm afraid that it is.
I wish I'd never had it here. Is Mrs. Oliver still staying with Judith Butler?
She is, I believe, returning to London in a day or two.
She's such a good writer. Has she any ideas herself? I mean, about who might have done this dreadful thing?
I think not. And you, madame?
I've told you already. I've no idea whatever.
You are sure that you did not see something quite small and unimportant, but which, on reflection, might seem more significant than it did at first?
You seem to have something specific in mind, Monsieur Poirot? Some definite incident?
You are quite right, madame. It is because of what someone said to me.
Really? And who was that?
A Miss Whittaker.
You mean the woman who teaches at the Elms? Did she see something, then?
It was not that she saw something. She had an idea that you might have.
I can't think of anything I can have seen.
It has to do with a vase. A vase of flowers.
A vase of flowers? Oh, of course, I remember. There was a big vase of chrysanthemums on the table at the angle of the stairs. Some of the flowers seemed to be drooping, and when I looked, there was scarcely any water in it at all. So I took it into the bathroom to fill it up. But there was no one in there. No one at all.
Oh, no. I did not mean the bathroom. There was an accident, I understand. The vase slipped out of your hands and fell into the hall below.
Smashed to smithereens. I was rather upset because it had been a wedding present. It was very stupid of me. My fingers just slipped. Miss Whittaker was standing there in the hall below. Is that the incident she was referring to?
Yes. Miss Whittaker wondered, I think, how you had come to drop the vase. She thought that something had startled you.
Startled me? No, I don't think so. It just slipped out of my hands. I was pretty tired by then. The party seemed to have been going on forever.
You are certain that you saw nothing unexpected?
I didn't see anything. Everyone was in at the Snapdragon, except for Miss Whittaker, of course.
Did you see someone, perhaps, opening the library door?
The library door? Yes, I see what you mean. I could have seen that. No, I didn't see anyone coming out of the library. Nobody at all.
I see.
You don't think it's possible that Miss Whittaker might have seen someone go into the library?
That had not occurred to me.
It's just a thought. She might have caught sight of someone going in through the library door, say perhaps 5 minutes or so earlier, and it might have suggested to her that I could have caught a glimpse of the same person. Some young man who might have strayed in from the outside.
You still think that it might have been a young adolescent who committed the crime?
I suppose I do, though I haven't really thought it out. It's too terrible to think about. Who would kill a child like that?
Someone, perhaps, who wanted to be safe?
You mean because Joyce said she'd seen someone commit a murder?
Yes.
Joyce was really a very silly little girl. Not, I'm afraid, always very truthful.
So everyone has told me. Forgive me for reviving this painful business, madame, but it seemed from what Miss Whittaker told me...
Have you asked her if she knows anything?
What do you mean, madame?
I mean that if anyone knows about children round here, she does.
She did not volunteer any information when I spoke to her.
Perhaps people do not always tell you everything they know.
It is possible.
Have you spoken to Nick and Desmond? They were both at the party.
Now that would be Nicholas Ransom and Desmond Holland.
Charming boys. Always so eager to help out. They're studying at Medchester Technical College. They're board with Mrs. Brand, just past the church on the left.
I don't see what else we can tell you. We've been over it all pretty thoroughly with the police.
They seemed determined to find some way of pinning the murder on one of us. It didn't get them very far.
But I am not the police. I want to find out about something that happened at the preparations for the party. You both were helping Mrs. Drake, I understand.
Yes, we were.
So far, I have interviewed cleaning women and helpers. I have heard the views of the police and the doctor. I have talked to the headmistress and to a schoolmistress who was present.
Miss Whittaker?
Yes, Miss Whittaker. Why do you ask?
Nothing, really. Sorry to interrupt.
But now I want to hear the views of a younger generation. You have sharp eyesight and acute hearing. Your minds are not clouded by prejudice.
You know I've got a police record.
I know that, yes, but it is of no importance.
The police seem to think it is.
It does not interest me. What were you doing to help Mrs. Drake?
Well, the lighting, mostly. Getting up ladders, hanging up fairy lights and pumpkins.
And you did some photography, I understand.
Yes, we did that beforehand, so that we could project the pictures for the girls to see in their mirrors.
And who did you use for these photographs?
Just ourselves, with a lot of makeup, wigs and beards and moustaches and all that.
We kept them a bit out of focus so they'd look more like spirit pictures.
And the girls did not recognize you?
Of course they didn't. They squealed and shrieked and thought they were really seeing the men they were going to marry.
Now, can you tell me who else was there when you were getting ready for the party?
Well, there was Mrs. Drake, of course, and Mrs. Butler.
And Miss Whittaker. And a lot of girls who giggled like mad but did nothing.
Can you remember which girls?
Well, Anne Walters and poor Joyce.
And her horrible brother, Leopold. He's a sneak. He eavesdrops and tells tales. A really nasty little customer.
I understand that you heard Joyce Reynolds saying something about having seen a murder committed.
I never heard that. Did she really?
Didn't you know? That's what they're saying. I don't think we were around at the time. Where was she when she was supposed to have said it?
In the drawing room, I believe.
We were probably out on the stairs fixing the fairy lights.
Now, as far as you can remember, did anything occur while you were in the house that struck you as sinister or significant in some way? Something which probably nobody else would have noticed?
No, nothing. Just a lot of people rushing about and getting in one another's way.
Do either of you have any theories?
How do you mean? About who might have murdered Joyce?
Yes. I mean something that you might have noticed that could lead you to a suspicion on perhaps purely psychological grounds.
At the party?
At any time.
Well, there is Miss Whittaker.
Why Miss Whittaker?
It's difficult to say exactly. She always looks as if she's trying to bottle up her feelings, and she behaved very strangely when that teacher was killed.
How do you mean Janet White?
Yeah, they used to be very close, if you know what I mean.
I thought that Nora Ambrose was her real friend.
Oh, no, they just shared the house. But Miss Whittaker was always hanging around her, and then they had a row. Something to do with the boyfriend of Janet White's. Apparently, Miss Whittaker got jealous and made a dreadful scene.
Oh, come on, that doesn't make her a killer.
No, but it was pretty peculiar. She's really weird. She goes in for all that ritual magic stuff, ley lines and stone circles and all that.
That is very interesting. Now tell me, I have heard there was a witch at the party.
Oh, Mrs. Goodbody. She was telling fortunes, and she did dress up as a witch.
But she's perfectly harmless, really. I can't imagine her killing anybody.
Oh, yes, I was there, right enough. It wouldn't have been Halloween without me. Do move Pyewacket off your lap if you don't like cats. She'll be all over you.
No. It is quite all right.
I always does the witches round here. I lent Mrs. Drake my ball for the party.
Your ball?
My witch ball. Bought it at a jumble sale. It's hanging up there by the chimney.
Now, I understand you told fortunes at the party.
Nothing to it in a place like this, where you always know who's going with who. Not much call for tall, dark strangers.
Can you look in your witch ball and tell me who killed Joyce Reynolds?
You've got it all mixed up. It's a crystal ball you look in to see things, not a witch ball. If I told you who I thought it was did it, you wouldn't like it. Say it was against nature, you would. But lots of things go on that are against nature.
What kind of things?
Wherever you go, the devil's always got some of his own. Born and bred to it. You're not a young man. You know what goes on in the world.
You're right. I know only too well. Now, if Joyce really saw a murder committed...
Who says she did?
She said so herself.
There's no reason for believing. She's always been a little liar.
So everyone insists on telling me.
She always wanted to make people believe she was cleverer than she was. She'd say anything to make folks sit up and take notice. They're a funny family, the Reynoldses. Take Leopold, for instance.
Joyce's brother.
He's clever, all right. You beware of Leopold. He finds out everybody's secrets. He's always got lots of money. Where does he get it from? That's what I'd like to know. Finds people's secrets out, I'd say, and makes them pay him for holding his tongue. None of this is of any help to you, I dare say.
You have helped me a great deal. Now, can you tell me what happened to the foreign girl who is said to have run away?
Didn't go far, in my opinion. Ding-dong-dell, puss is in the well. That's what I've always thought.
Excuse me, Ma'am.
I wonder if I might speak to you for a moment.
Are you sure I'm the person you want? Mrs. Butler is out, I'm afraid. I was just looking out for a friend of mine.
Oh, no, Ma'am. It's you I want. I saw you at the party. You're the lady who writes the stories about crimes and murders.
Yes, I'm the one.
I need your advice, you see. It's about Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's will and the foreign girl who's supposed to have done the forgery.
I see. I think you'd better come in, Mrs...
Lehman. Mrs. Lehman.
Come on in, then. We can talk in the drawing room.
I used to do the cleaning for Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe ever since my poor husband died.
Yes?
Well, one day she calls me in, along with young Jim, who does the odd jobs about the house, and she's got papers in front of her on the desk. The foreign girl's there as well, but Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe sends her out of the room. Then she tells us to come up close and she says, "This is my will, this is." She got a bit of blotting paper over the top part of it. "I'm writing something here on this piece of paper," she says, "and I want you two to be witnesses to it." And she signs her name and gets us to sign too and give our addresses.
And then?
That was all. She sent us away then. But as we were going out, I happened to turn my head and saw her putting the piece of paper into one of the books in the bookcase. And that made me curious, you see.
So what did you do?
Well, one day, when she'd been driven down into Medchester, I thought I'd take a look at what I'd signed. I felt I had a right to know.
So you took the paper out and read it?
That's right, Ma'am.
And what did it say?
Well, I can't remember every word of it, but what it all boiled down to was she was giving her entire fortune to that girl, Olga, whatever her name was. And I thought, wow, leaving all that money away from her own family. Then I thought she might have had a tiff with them, and that as like as not she'd tear it all up some day. And then, when all the fuss came up about the will and the talk about the girl having forged it...
What did you do?
That's just it. I didn't do anything. Not at the time. I didn't rightly see what it mattered.
But now you feel differently.
It's that nasty death. The child that was pushed into the bucket of apples, saying that she'd known something about a murder.
It made you think.
I wondered whether Olga might have murdered Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe because she knew about the money that was coming to her. And I thought I ought to tell somebody who'd know what to do about it.
You look exhausted. Have you had a bad morning?
Oh, simply a very trying one.
Why don't you take your shoes off and rest your feet?
No, I could not do that.
Why ever not? You know, you ought not to wear those patent leather shoes in the country. Oh. Why don't you get yourself a nice pair of suede ones?
Suede?
Well, all the kind you just slip on and never have to clean them. All sorts of people wear them nowadays.
Hercule Poirot does not wear them. I would not care for that at all.
The trouble with you is that you mind more about your clothes and your moustache than about being comfortable.
And what is wrong with that? But I have not come here to discuss my personal appearance.
I never thought you had. Are you making any progress?
Oh, there are too many people who might have been in a position to commit a crime. No one seems to have the least notion who was present at the Snapdragon or not.
Do you know anyone who was positively not there?
Mrs. Drake was not there, nor was Miss Whittaker.
The school teacher?
Who may have had some sort of emotional involvement with her colleague Janet White, whose murder may have been witnessed by Joyce Reynolds. But there we have a little difficulty.
What kind of little difficulty?
Not a single person with whom I have spoken believes in the veracity of Joyce Reynolds, and yet I am certain that is why she was murdered.
Because she had witnessed the murder of Janet White?
If that was the murder in question. If it was not Leslie Ferrier whose death she saw.
Leslie Ferrier?
Yes, you know, the solicitor's clerk who practiced forgery and who was killed in what everybody believed was a fit of jealous passion. But I am beginning to have the idea that a lot of separate incidents might tie up more closely than anyone has thought.
You said that this man was a forger?
Yes. Everyone thinks that the au pair girl forged the will.
I've got something to tell you about that. About an hour ago...
Wait.
Wait for what?
Are you returning to London or are you making a long stay here?
I was planning to leave the day after tomorrow.
Tell me, in your flat, Is there room for you to have guests?
I have a spare room, if that's what you mean. Who do you want me to put up?
It is just that it might be a wise precaution to take.
What do you mean? Do you think that somebody else is going to be killed?
I trust and pray not, but it might be within the bounds of possibility.
But who? Tell me.
How well do you really know your friend Judith Butler?
Not all that well. It's just that we hit it off during the Greek cruise. There's something rather mysterious about her. Her and Miranda, as if they were mixed up in some interesting drama. Do you think they're in some kind of danger, then?
I cannot be certain, until I know whether or not one of my little ideas might be right.
You and your little ideas. Now, I've got a piece of news for you about your forgery.
And what is that, madame?
If you promise not to have any more of your little ideas for 5 minutes, I'll tell you.
You are certain of that? May Doherty? I see. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Fullerton. You have been most helpful. The codicil, the forged codicil that was declared invalid, was not witnessed by your friend Harriet Lehman, but by a May Doherty, now deceased, who had been in service with Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe.
So there was a forged codicil, and there seems to have been a real one as well. Isn't this all getting a little too complicated? Or was that Lehman woman simply telling me a pack of lies?
It is always possible.
Or did someone tell her to tell me a pack of lies?
An interesting thought.
I'd like to know a bit more about this Olga Semenoff. She certainly seems to have been very good at the Lady Vanishes Act.
I hope to know more about that shortly.
Or from her own country? Will you find out whether she ever arrived back there?
I might learn that. But I also hope to find letters written home while she was in this country, mentioning friends she may have made here.
What about the school teacher?
Which one do you mean?
The one who was strangled.
Janet White?
Now, didn't you say she was a friend of Miss Whittaker? Now, she struck me as being a very strange woman. Very knowledgeable about the occult and that sort of thing. I wouldn't put it past her to have thought up a murder.
Is that what you think?
It has to exhaust all the possibilities.
Quite so. But I must be on my way.
Where are you off to now?
I am going to visit my friend Superintendent Spence. But I shall take a short cut through the quarry garden.
In those shoes? What do you expect to find there?
Something an old witch told me about. And do not concern yourself about my shoes.
Miranda, turn your head a little more to the left.
Like this?
No, not so far. Look over towards the beech tree. Yes, that's better. No, not that way. What's the matter with you?
Monsieur Poirot's here. Hello, Monsieur Poirot.
Do not let me disturb you. I did not expect to find you sitting for your portrait.
I didn't expect it either. It just happened.
While you were walking in your favourite garden?
I was looking for the well, really.
Were you?
It was supposed to be a wishing well. Michael knows where it is, but he won't tell me.
It'll be much more fun for you to go on looking for it, especially when you're not at all sure that it really exists.
Old Mrs. Goodbody knows all about it. She said it was sealed up because it was supposed to be dangerous. A child fell into it years ago.
You mustn't believe stories told to you by witches. I don't believe any child ever fell into it. It was probably just a cat.
Ding dong dell, pussy's in the well. I must go now. Mum will be wondering where I've got to. Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
Au revoir, Miranda. Ding dong dell. Is she right about there being a well somewhere there, Mr. Garfield?
Oh, yes, there's a well here, all right. She says it was sealed up years ago. I don't think it was ever a wishing well, though. I think that was Mrs. Goodbody's invention.
May I look at your drawing?
Of course. It's only a sketch.
Ah, it is exquisite. So delicate. What made you draw it?
Do I have to have a reason?
You might have.
Well, you're right, as it happens. If I go away from here, there are one or two things I want to remember. Miranda's one of them.
Would you forget her so easily?
Very easily. I like that.
Are you really going away from here?
I've thought of it, yes. After all, there's no reason why I should stay. I can find some other corner of the world, some quiet island.
Somewhere where you can transform nature, where you can play at being Adam.
I don't ask for much. A hillside with cypresses. Barren rock.
You have been to Greece?
You're quite a mind reader. Yes, Greece was in my mind. Are you reaching the end of your investigation?
I only wish I were. There are still many things I need to know.
What kind of things?
You have lived here some time, Mr. Garfield. Did you know a young man named Leslie Ferrier?
Yes, I knew him.
He came to a sudden end, did he not?
Yes, somebody stuck a knife into him. The general opinion was that he was a woman. He was a great one for the girls.
Were they all English girls?
I shouldn't think he cared very much, so long as they could speak enough English to understand what he wanted.
Was Olga Semenov one of his girlfriends?
Yes, I think she was. Although I don't know what he saw in her. She wasn't very beautiful. Why do you want to know about that?
I will tell you, my friend, because Olga Semenov was accused of forgery, and because Leslie Ferrier was a known forger.
You're suggesting that Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's will was forged by Leslie Ferrier?
It seems a possibility, does it not?
I suppose that could have been why the forgery was found out so easily. He can't have been very good at it in the first place if he was sent to prison for it. But why are you telling me all this? Why are you disturbing the peace and quiet of this place?
Because there were things I wished to find out, and you have told me what I wanted to know.
It's sometimes better not to know things, Monsieur Poirot. Better to leave them as they are.
You want beauty, but for me, it is truth that is important.
Keep the truth for your friends and the police, and leave me to my beauty. Get thee behind me, Satan. Goodbye to you, Monsieur Poirot.
You're out of luck, I'm afraid. My brother's gone down to the police station. Something's happened, I believe.
So soon? What has happened? Tell me.
I don't really know. The inspector rang up and asked him to go over. He didn't say what it was about. And there's a letter come for you. Foreign stamps on it.
Huh.
Here.
Thank you. Forgive me. It may be important.
Why don't you sit down? I'll get you a cup of tea.
No, thank you.
You look fagged out. There's mud all over your shoes. Was it the letter you expected?
It is about the au pair girl, Olga Semenov. It seems that she never returned to her hometown, and there have been no letters for her.
Oh, excuse me. 2141? Yes, he's here. It's for you. The guest house.
Ah, thank you. Yes, Mrs. Hackney? Is there? Who is it? I see. Well, perhaps if you could give her a cup of tea and tell her I will return straight away. I will be as quick as I can. It seems that Mrs. Drake has come to see me in a state of some agitation. Forgive me, but I think I must go and find out what is the matter. She is normally such a self-possessed woman.
You've heard what's happened?
I have heard nothing, madame. What is it? What is the matter?
He's dead. Murdered.
He? Who is dead, madame?
I have a terrible fear that it is all my fault. I thought I was acting for the best, and now he's dead. And he was only a child.
Now, calm yourself, madame, and tell me, who is the child that is dead?
Leopold, Joyce Reynolds' brother.
Huh? How did it happen?
They found him by the side of the brook. He must have been on his way home from school. Somebody had drowned him. Held his head down in the water.
The way his sister was killed.
Yes. And I thought I was doing the right thing.
What thing, madame?
In not telling you what I saw from the staircase when I dropped the vase.
And what did you see, Mrs. Drake?
I saw the door of the library open. He was starting to come out. And then he pulled the door to quickly and went back in.
This was Leopold?
And you see, I thought that was why I couldn't tell anyone.
You thought what? That Leopold had killed his sister?
Not then, of course. I didn't know she was dead, but afterwards. He had such a strange look on his face. I see now that he must have gone in there and found her dead.
And yet you said nothing? Even after Joyce's death was discovered?
Don't you see, I couldn't. I thought he's so young, he can't have known what he was doing. I thought the best thing I could do was to say nothing. If only I'd spoken out, he might still be alive.
Only today I was told that Leopold had somehow got hold of a large sum of money. Somebody must have been paying him to keep silent.
But who could it have been?
I shall find out. It cannot be long now.
We've got to leave for London at once. I've just had a call from Monsieur Poirot.
What do you mean, we? What's going on?
You, me and Miranda. Miranda especially. Monsieur Poirot says we've got to get her away from here immediately.
But why on earth should we do that?
She's in serious danger, particularly since what happened yesterday.
Yesterday? You mean Leopold's murder? But what am I to tell her?
You needn't tell her anything. Just say we're going up to London to stay at my flat. We'll take her to a theatre or to the ballet or something of that kind.
Do you seriously believe that she's in danger?
Poirot has thought so for some time, but now he's certain of it.
Have you heard what's going on in Quarry Woods?
No. What's happening?
The police have been digging around there since early this morning. They're looking for something.
Has this got anything to do with it, Ariadne?
I shouldn't be at all surprised.
Miranda, we're going to London.
Going to London? When?
As soon as possible, practically at once.
Ariadne will run us up there in her car. We can stay in her flat. Perhaps we might go to the ballet. Would you like that?
I'd love it.
Then we'll pack a few things and go straight away.
Aren't we going to have lunch first?
For such an ethereal creature, Miranda, you're remarkably preoccupied with food. We can have lunch on the way.
We can stop at the Black Dog. It's just outside Manchester.
I must ring up one of my friends before we go, just to explain what's happening.
All right, but be quick about it. I know your phone calls.
Where did you say we'd be having lunch?
The Black Dog.
May I take your order, ladies?
Could you come back in a minute or two? We're waiting for my daughter.
Of course, madam.
Miranda's certainly taking her time. Where's she got to?
She said she was going to the ladies.
You're sure she knows where the dining room is?
Yes, of course she knows. Anyway, she can always ask. I'll go and hurry her up.
Poirot?
We've lost Miranda.
What do you mean, lost her?
We stopped at the Black Dog for lunch. She went to the loo. She hasn't come back. We can't find her anywhere.
Somebody should have stayed with her. Neither of you ought to have let her out of your sight. I told you there was danger.
Judith is frantic. She thinks we ought to ring the police.
Of course you should. I will ring them as well. Call me as soon as you know where she has gone.
Ariadne, I've just been talking to Nicholas Ransom. He and Desmond saw her getting into a car.
Who was with her?
Somebody with long hair. That was all they could see.
Well, did they see which way she went?
They're not very certain, but they think the car went down the road that leads to Kilterbury Ring.
I've never been here before. It's so beautiful. Like something out of a dream. But it's frightening as well. What are these strange stones?
They're the remains of an old stone circle. Kilterbury Ring.
What were they put here for?
To mark the passage of the seasons. For ritual worship. And for ritual sacrifice.
For sacrifice? Is that why you've brought me here?
You understand about sacrifice, don't you, Miranda?
I think so. It is a kind of punishment.
Not just a punishment. A way of cleansing guilt and of making a gift to the gods. You die that others should live. You die that beauty should come into being.
Is it because I told Joyce about the murder? Is that why I have to die?
If she hadn't repeated what you told her, she'd still be alive.
Is it my fault that she died? Then I suppose I deserve to die as well.
You will die where men have sacrificed to their gods for thousands of years, Miranda. You'll feel no pain. Hold the golden cup, while I pour into it the wine of sacrifice. Now, drink deeply, and become one with the past and the future. Through your sacrifice, a new beauty will be born.
It smells of peaches. It's such a beautiful colour.
Raise the cup to your lips and drink.
Don't touch it, you silly little idiot!
It's got nothing to do with you.
Miranda!
Go away! I must drink it.
You'll do no such thing.
Give it to me, Miranda.
The police are out looking for you, Garfield. They found the girl's body in the well in Quarry Wood, and they found your knife.
Come away from him, Miranda. The man's a dangerous lunatic.
Give yourself up, Garfield. They've already arrested your partner in crime.
Then it is I that must be the sacrifice. My child shall live and dwell among the gods.
Michael! Don't!
Accept my sacrifice!
Don't let him drink it! Don't let him drink!
What exactly did you tell Joyce, Miranda?
That I'd seen a murder.
And did you tell anyone else?
No, but I think Leopold might have overheard what we were saying. He was always listening at doors. He liked to know other people's secrets.
But Joyce did not see the murder herself.
Oh, no. She was just repeating what I told her.
So, what was the murder that you saw?
I didn't know at first that it was a murder. I thought there'd been an accident.
Where was this?
In the quarry garden. I was up in the branches of a tree. I was looking for squirrels. I was trying to keep very quiet and very still.
And what did you see, Miranda?
A man and a woman carrying this girl up the path. I thought they were taking her to hospital or to the quarry house. Then the woman stopped suddenly and said, "There's someone watching us." And she stared up at my tree. I kept very still, and the man said, "Nonsense." And they went on. And then I saw there was blood on the girl's scarf. I thought she must have tried to kill herself.
Why did you not tell your mother?
I thought perhaps I oughtn't to have been there watching. And then the next day nobody said anything about an accident, so I tried not to think any more about it.
But what made you realize it was a murder?
It was as though everything was happening all over again. This time I was trying to persuade a green woodpecker to come out from behind some bushes. And the two of them came by. They were talking about a Greek island. She said, "We can go there as soon as we like. It's all ours." And he said something about not rushing things, or it might make people suspicious.
And then?
And then the woodpecker flew away. And she said, "There's somebody watching us." And she had just the same look on her face. And somehow I knew that it had been a dead body they were carrying away to hide somewhere.
And can you say who these people were? Did you recognize them?
Of course I did.
And who were they?
Mrs. Drake and Michael Garfield.
And you still did not tell anyone?
I thought it might have been a sacrifice.
Why did you think that?
Michael had been talking to me about sacrifices.
But weren't you frightened of him? Weren't you afraid to be with him?
Oh, no.
Why not?
I loved him very much, you see. I would have done anything he said.
Thank you, Miranda. And now I think we had better tell all this to Inspector Raglan.
But as I understand it, the police had already arrested Rowena Drake while Garfield was with Miranda at Kilterbury Ring. Was that your doing?
Of course.
But how could you be so certain, Monsieur Poirot?
Because I used my little grey cells. 'Twas really quite simple. If you hold down a vigorous child with its head in a full bucket of water, they will be struggling and splashing, and you are bound to get wet. And that is what happened to Mrs. Drake. So she had to account for getting so wet, and she had to have a witness. She waited on the landing with an enormous vase of flowers filled with water. She knew she would not have long to wait, and in due course Miss Whittaker came out of the room where they were playing Snapdragon. It could have been anybody. And Mrs. Drake let go of the vase so that the water cascaded over her dress before falling into the hall below.
And all the time poor Joyce had never seen the murder committed at all.
Mrs. Drake did not know that, but she always suspected that someone had been there in Quarry Woods when they were hiding Olga Semyonov's body.
Rowena Drake and Michael Garfield. They seem an unlikely pair. Was he in love with her, do you think?
She had money, and would have more when Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe died, and Michael Garfield was very interested in money. Money would buy him the means of creating his earthly paradise, his enchanted island.
But I don't see why the Semyonov girl had to be murdered in the first place.
And where does the forged codicil come in? Who did it?
Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe had very strict notions of morality. She found out that Rowena Drake was having a love affair with Garfield while her husband was still alive. In a fit of anger, she changed her will and left everything to the au pair girl. After the old lady died, the codicil had to be proved to be a forgery. The real codicil was suppressed. There had to be an obviously forged document to take its place, and Leslie Ferrier was just the man to do it. He was always in need of money. After that, he had to be eliminated. He was knifed late one night on his way home from the Green Swan with the same knife that was used to kill Olga Semyonov.
By Michael Garfield?
By Michael Garfield.
But how on earth did he discover that it was Miranda who had seen them in Quarry Woods and not Joyce Reynolds?
She told him.
What?
She was completely under his spell.
Even though she knew he was a murderer?
Perhaps that only added to his fascination. I don't know. I think she fascinated him as well. In his way, I believe he loved her. But he was ready to sacrifice her to save himself, and she was prepared to be sacrificed. There was a very close bond between them. Was there not, Mrs. Butler?
I don't understand you.
I think you understand me very well. One had only to look at them together. He was her father, was he not?
Yes. He was her father.
But she did not know that.
No, she had no idea. I knew him when I was a young girl. I fell wildly in love with him, and then I grew afraid.
Afraid?
Yes. I can't really tell you why. Perhaps it was his gentleness. I always felt that there was a coldness and a ruthlessness lurking behind it. I was afraid of his passion for beauty, of his desire to create a world of his own. He wanted to be a kind of god. I didn't tell him I was going to have his child. I left him. I went away and the baby was born. I invented the story of a pilot husband who was killed in an air crash. I came to Woodley Common more or less by chance. Meeting him here again was pure coincidence.
But he realized that Miranda was his child.
Oh, yes, he knew.
And yet he was prepared to murder her.
Let me show you something. This is a drawing he made of her by the stream in Quarry Woods. He told me he did it because he did not wish to forget her. See what he wrote on it.
Iphigenia,
the daughter of Agamemnon.
And Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter so that the gods would give him a wind to take his ships to Troy. Michael Garfield would have sacrificed his daughter so that he could create his Garden of Eden.
I must confess you've lost me over all this Garden of Eden business.
Rowena Drake was hopelessly infatuated with Michael Garfield, but there was a high price to pay for his love. Nothing more or less than a Greek island purchased with her inheritance from Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe. Once he realized that it could really be his, nothing, not even Miranda, was allowed to come between him and his ambition.
Did he suddenly realize the full horror of what he was doing, do you think? Was that why he seized the cup from Miranda and drank the poison himself?
It was a fitting death. As he said, a sacrifice was needed. And on that sombre note, I shall take my leave of you both. Goodbye, Mrs. Butler, and remember me to your daughter.
She ought to remember you always, for what she owes you.
I think not. Some things are better forgotten. Au revoir, Ariadne. You belong in a different myth.
A myth in a maze.
It has been a most interesting case. Thank you for drawing me into this particular maze.
That's right. Blame it all on me as usual.
We present Peter Sallis as Hercule Poirot in Hercule Poirot's Christmas by Agatha Christie. Dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell. The year is 1938.
Thank you very much, madam, and a happy Christmas to you. Oh, thank you very much, sir. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Porter, sir? Can I help you?
Yes, you certainly can.
Which train, sir?
I want the Adelsfield train.
Oh, we'd better be pretty smart then. Number 7, sir. Train's pretty crowded. Not a seat anywhere, sir. I'll have to put you in the corridor, I'm afraid. Oh, that's all right. At least there's a pretty girl for you to look at in that compartment. Oh, thank you, sir. Merry Christmas.
First lunch. Take your seats for first lunch. You taking lunch, sir?
No.
First lunch, please. Take your seats for first lunch.
Do you mind if I sit in here while they're all in the dining car?
No, not at all.
Yeah, you're not taking lunch?
No, I'm not hungry.
The train is pretty crowded.
Oh, yes. The people go away from London, I suppose.
to go to their families for Christmas.
London's rather a terrible place, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I do not like it at all. You are not English?
I'm British, but I come from South Africa.
Oh, I see.
Have you just come from abroad?
I come from Spain, but my mother was English.
This must be a terrible time for Spain. The news of the war seems to get worse every day.
It is very terrible, yes.
Is that why you came to this country?
Yes. I am going to stay with my relations. With my English relations.
I see.
Tickets, please. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. It's the third-class ticket, sir.
Oh, I only came in here to sit down while they were taking lunch.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but you can't stay here. This is a first-class compartment.
Are the children from the village?
Yes, the second time today, sir. The footman would see to them.
Good. Mustn't let the seasonal spirit get out of hand. But I do want this to be a real family Christmas, Tressilian.
Indeed.
I can't look forward to many more at my age. I want to see all my children around me, and I fancy that may mean a few unpleasant surprises for some of them. Has Mr. David said when they are arriving?
I believe not, sir. No.
Must be years since he last set foot in this place. Always got on my nerves with his art and his music and his dreamy, moonstruck ways. But he was his mother's darling. I couldn't stand him any more than I could stand her.
I just can't bear the thought of going back there. That great, gloomy, unforgiving house. I hated every moment I spent there. When I think of all that Mother suffered...
Yes, dear.
She was so patient, Hilda, lying in pain but enduring everything. And when I think of my father bringing all that misery into her life, humiliating her, boasting of his love affairs, unfaithful to her time and time again and never even troubling to conceal it, he broke her heart, he killed her. I decided then I couldn't go on living under his roof.
I'm sure you did right, David.
I can't think how Alfred stands it, how he has stood it all these years. But Father could always twist him round his little finger.
But you escaped.
I escaped. And now he wants us to go back there for a family Christmas. What's he up to?
But does he have to be up to anything? Your father's growing old, David. He's a lonely old man who's beginning to feel sentimental about his family.
At any rate, David didn't go and marry a girl 20 years younger than himself like that fool George. When's Mr. George coming, Tressilian?
We have not yet heard, sir.
Old before his time. Nothing but a pompous windbag. I'd have thought there were enough like him in Parliament. The honourable member for Westeringham, God save us.
Well, I think it is my duty to go, Magdalen.
Oh, darling, don't be a hypocrite. It'll be perfectly ghastly.
Moreover, it will enable us to put the servants on board wages. Christmas is always expensive and we need the money.
Oh, George, don't fuss. So you're always worrying about money.
Someone has to worry. Oh, turn that darn thing off, won't you?
Oh, it's absurd to pinch and scrape in all these little ways. Why don't you get more money out of your father?
But he does give me a very handsome allowance.
George, you're not a child. You're middle-aged. He ought to settle some money on you outright.
No, but that's not his way of doing things.
But he's a millionaire twice over. What's going to happen when he dies?
Well, I should imagine that the bulk of it will go to Alfred and myself.
And your brother David?
No, well, Father always said he would cut him out of his will. And of course there's Harry.
Harry? Who on earth's Harry?
My brother.
I never knew you had another brother.
We never mentioned him. He was a thoroughly bad lot. Now, what is it, Macklin? What are you laughing at?
Oh, I was only thinking how funny it was that you, of all people, should have a disreputable brother. You're so respectable.
I should hope so.
Your father isn't respectable, is he, George?
Oh, really, Macklin?
Well, sometimes the things he says make me feel quite uncomfortable.
Mind you, if I were a few years younger, I'd certainly take a lively interest in that young woman. Where are Alfred and Lydia?
They are on the terrace, sir.
A pretty cold day to be out on the terrace, I'd have thought.
Mrs. Lee is attending to her gardens, sir.
Her gardens?
Yes, she has constructed miniature gardens in the old stone sink, sir. There's an Italian garden, I think, and a rather pretty little Japanese one, you know, with bridges made out of plasticine.
Good God! I thought she was supposed to be a woman of breeding. Well, I've got a little surprise for that precious pair. Send Horbury to me.
And this is a new one, isn't it? What's it supposed to be?
It's the Dead Sea, Alfred. Do you like it?
It's rather arid, isn't it?
Well, it's dead, after all. It's my contribution to our sentimental family Christmas. God knows why your father is insisting on dragging all these people down here. It'll only cause trouble. Why do you have to give in to him all the time?
He expects to have his own way.
Naturally, since he always has had it.
Father expects to come first. He's very good to us, remember?
You mean financially?
Well, he never grudges us money. You can spend what you like on clothes and on this house, and the bills are paid without a murmur.
Yes, and in return he expects us to be his slaves. We have no lives of our own, no independence.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Lydia. The old man is very fond of you.
I'm not at all fond of him, and he knows perfectly well I don't like him.
Lydia.
What is it, Aubrey?
It's Mr. Lee, madam. He asked me to tell you that there will be 2 more guests arriving for Christmas, and would you have rooms prepared for them?
2 more guests?
Yes, madam. Another gentleman and a young lady.
A young lady?
That's what Mr. Lee said, sir.
Oh, tell him we'll be up to see him directly.
Very well, madam.
How I dislike that man. He creeps about the house like a cat. One never hears him coming or going.
To tell the truth, I don't like him much either. But it's not so easy to get a good male nurse. And Father likes him, that's the main thing.
Do you know what I think, Alfred?
What?
I think your father's been bored lately, and I think he's planning a little diversion for himself.
Now guess who's coming for Christmas? I'll bet you a fiver you won't get the answer.
Aubrey said you expected a young lady.
And that intrigued you? Yes, I dare say it did. Pilar will be arriving any minute now. I gave orders for the car to meet her.
Pilar?
Pilar Estrevados, the child Jennifer had by that frightful Spanish artist. Now that Jennifer's dead, I want to see my only grandchild. She's my flesh and blood, and she's coming to live in my house. Oh, it's going to be a grand Christmas. All my children round me. Well, there's your clue to the other visitor, Alfred. All my children. Guess, boy. Harry, of course. Your brother, Harry.
But I thought he was dead.
Not he, alive and kicking.
You're having him back here?
Ah, the prodigal son. Yes, you're right. We must kill the fatted calf, Alfred. We must give him a great welcome.
But he treated us all disgracefully. If he hadn't got us all into such a mess, I'd have been able to go into the army.
Christmas is the season of forgiveness, Alfred.
I never dreamt that he'd come within these walls again.
Well, I rather fancy he'll be in them for some time. He's coming home to stay.
What?
But we must let bygones be bygones, mustn't we, Lydia?
I see you've thought a good deal about Christmas this year.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Blessed if it isn't Tressilian! How are you after all these years?
Why, Mr. Harry.
That's as though I've given you quite a shock. Oh, it's cold out here. I'm expected, aren't I?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. Yes, come in, Mr. Harry.
Just the same ugly old mansion. Still standing there, that's the main thing. How's my father, Tressilian?
Well, he's something of an invalid, you know, sir. He keeps to his room and can't get about much. But he's wonderfully well, considering.
The old sinner. And how's my dear brother Alfred?
Oh, he is very well, sir. Yes.
Looking forward to seeing me, eh?
I expect so, sir.
I don't. I bet it's given him a nasty jolt, my turning up.
Well, if you will just come into the drawing room, sir, I will see if I can find Mrs. Alfred.
That's fine by me. All the old exhibits in their place, I see. Don't believe anything has changed since I went away 20 years ago. Good Lord! Are you my father's 7th and most beautiful wife?
I am Pilar Estravados. And you must be my Uncle Harry, my mother's brother.
Oh, so that's who you are! Jenny's daughter!
Why did you ask me if I was your father's 7th wife? Has he really had 6 wives?
No, he's only had one official one, though quite a lot else on the side. Well, Pilar, really gives me quite a turn to see something like you blooming in this mausoleum.
How do you do, Harry? I'm Lydia, Alfred's wife.
Ah, how do you do, Lydia?
How does it look after all these years?
Oh, pretty much the same. And the rest of the family, are they well?
Didn't you know? They're all coming here for Christmas.
Regular family reunion. What's come over the old man? He must have changed.
Perhaps.
Why, if it isn't Alfred?
Hello, Harry.
Funny to be here again.
I expect so, yes. A good many years since you, got out.
Yes, Alfred. I'm glad I've come home.
Yes, I suppose you could say I've been a very wicked man.
All men are wicked. The nuns say so. And that is why one has to pray for them.
And they say you repent when you get old. That's bunkum. I don't repent. And I tell you, I've done most things. I've cheated and stolen and lied and women. Oh, always women. Someone told me the other day of an Arab chief who had a bodyguard of 40 of his sons, all roughly of the same age. I don't know about 40, but I bet I could produce a very fair bodyguard if I went about looking for the brats. Now, what do you think of that, Pilar? Are you shocked?
Why should I be shocked? Men always desire women. My father, too. That is why wives are so often unhappy, and why they go to church and pray.
I've had a good life, a very good life. But it's a long time since I've seen anything so young and beautiful. I want to show you something. Help me up. Something I bet you've never seen in your life before. I'll just get them out of the safe. Now, do you know what they are? Diamonds, child, diamonds.
But they are little pebbles, that is all.
They're uncut diamonds. That's how they are when they're found.
Why do you not have them cut and made beautiful?
Because I prefer them like this. They take me back to the old days in South Africa. Old Eb Far. Well, who can that be? It's too early for George, surely.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Is this where Mr. Simeon Lee lives?
Yes, sir, yes.
I'd like to see him, if I may.
Ah, well, Mr. Lee is an invalid, you see, sir. He doesn't see many people now.
Still, I'd be grateful if you could tell him I'm here. Could you give him this letter?
So, you're Eb Farr's boy. Just a minute ago, I was thinking about him, remembering the old days.
He told me you were partners out in Kimberley, and if I ever came over here, I was to look you up.
Quite right, Mr. Farr. Good to see you. Now, this is my granddaughter, Pilar Estrevadas.
How do you do?
I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Estrevadas.
Now, sit down. Tell me all about yourself. Are you in England for long?
Oh, I shan't hurry myself now I've got here.
Quite right. You must spend Christmas with us. Unless you've got other plans.
Well, no, I haven't, but I don't like to...
Oh, nonsense. You're one of the family, my boy. Think of yourself as that.
I've been looking for you everywhere, David. What are you doing all by yourself in here?
This was her piano.
It's frightfully cold in this room.
That's her chair. The chair she always sat in. Just the same.
Do come out of here, David. It's so cold.
It's still perfectly tuned.
What is that? I seem to know it.
I haven't played it for years. It's one of Mendelssohn's songs without words. She used to play it.
Oh, play some Mozart, do.
No. This was a particular favourite of hers.
Listen, Horbury, I want the whole family to come up here after lunch, everybody.
Yes, sir.
And when you bring them along, make plenty of noise. I want to know when they're coming. And leave this door open.
I don't understand all the fusses about Mary. What is this, Horbury? Family council?
Mr. Lee was very emphatic. You should all be here.
Hello? Ah, is that Charlton Hodgkin and Bruce? Come in, all of you, and sit yourselves down. Shan't be a minute.
Thank you, Father.
Now, is that you, Charlton? Simeon Lee speaking. Yes. No, I wanted you to make a new will for me. Oh, yes, some time since I made the other. Circumstances have altered. No hurry. I don't plan to die just yet. Well, you're all looking very glum. What's the matter?
You sent for us.
Oh, nothing portentous about it. No, I'm just rather tired today, that's all. None of you need come up after dinner. I'll go to bed. I want to be fresh for Christmas Day. Good old institution, Christmas. Promotes solidarity, a family feeling. What do you think, Magdalene, my dear?
Oh, yes.
Now, let me see. Before George, you lived with a retired naval officer. Your father, I think you said. Don't suppose you made much of Christmas then. It needs a big family for that.
Well, yes, perhaps it does.
Well, I don't want to talk about anything unpleasant at this time of year, but you know, George, I'm afraid I'll have to cut down your allowance a bit. My establishment's going to cost me a bit more in future.
Oh, hey, look here, Father, you can't do that.
Oh, but I can, George.
Well, my expenses are very heavy already. As it is, I don't know how I make both ends meet.
Well, let your wife do a bit. I'm sure she can work out some way to supplement your income, and she could save by making her own clothes. My wife, I remember, was clever with her needle. About all she was clever with. A good woman, but deadly dull.
Don't you dare say a word against my mother!
Now you sit down, boy! You'll knock something over.
My mother was a saint.
Your mother had the brains of a louse, and it seems to me she's transmitted her brains to her children. You're not worth a penny piece, any of you. I'm sick of you all. Call yourselves sons of mine, you're not men. You're a set of namby-pamby weaklings. Pilar's worth any two of you put together. I'll swear to heaven, I've got a better son somewhere in the world than any of you, even if you were born the right side of the blanket.
Hold on, Father, that's a bit thick.
The same goes for you, Harry. What have you ever done? Whine to me for money from all over the world? I tell you, I'm sick of the sight of you all. Go on, get out, all of you!
George, we are not coming here again. It was absolutely terrible the way you let
Just very old.
Can't you do something?
Well, and what is keeping you, Hilda? Why haven't you gone and out with the rest of them?
When your letter came, I believed what you said, that you wanted your family around you for Christmas. I persuaded David to come.
Well, what of it?
You wanted your family around you so that you could abuse them and set them all by the ears. God help you if that's your idea of fun.
I always did have a specialized sense of humor. What's the matter?
I'm afraid.
Afraid of me?
Not of you. I'm afraid for you.
Superintendent Sugden. Oh, now what can we do for you, sir?
Oh, I've come to see Mr. Lee about a contribution to the police orphanage. He is expecting me.
Ah, well, then I'll take you up there, sir.
Who was that at the door?
It was the police. Mind what you're doing. All these years I've had the washing of those cups and never one broken, and now what do? You come along touching things you've no business to touch, and look what happened.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tressilian, I don't know how it happened. What did the police want?
Collecting for the police orphanage.
Oh, nothing but begging this time of the year. Well, bye now, Mr. Tressilian. I'm off to the pictures.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, enjoy yourself.
Oh, anything be better than looking after that gloomy lot. Right, Merry Christmas they're going to have.
All well, Superintendent?
Mr. Lee was generous and cautious as ever. Good night, Mr. Tressilian.
Good night, sir. Is everything in order, Willie?
They've all gone in, Mr. Tressilian.
Ah, right. Well, we'll serve dinner.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Tressilian. It's more like a funeral than Christmas Eve. None of them speaking a word all through dinner. Everyone on edge. What's up with them all?
I'll thank you not to criticize your betters, Willie. And I don't want to see you dropping fruit out of the bowl again.
No, Mr. Tressilian.
Yes, well, now I'd better collect the coffee cups.
Oh, that'll be Mr. David. It's not a very jolly tune for Christmas, is it?
That's the Dead March, Willie. That's what that is. Good God. What's the master doing?
I've never heard anything like it.
Oh, my God. What's happening up there?
Here, come on, let me try. No, is it locked?
It's locked.
Let me try. Come on, here. Father! Father, open the door, let us in!
You've got to break the door down. It's the only way.
That's what I'm doing. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. And again.
Oh, my God.
The mills of God grind slowly.
We'd have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him.
Thank the Lord you've come, Superintendent. I was just ringing for the police.
Why wouldn't anyone open the door? What's going on here?
It's old Mr. Lee, Superintendent. He's been done in.
Nothing must be touched. Now remember that. Touch nothing till the police arrive. That's most important.
Excuse me, sir. If I could just come through. Superintendent, thank God you've got here so quickly. What's happened? And my father has been killed, murdered.
Magdalen, pull yourself together.
Will everybody kindly leave the room except Mr. Alfred and Mr. George Lee?
That's right, Superintendent.
Excuse me, miss. Nothing must be touched or disturbed.
Of course not. She understands that.
I was speaking to the lady, sir. You picked up something from the floor as I came in, didn't you, miss?
I did.
Yes, I saw you. So please give it to me. It's in your hand now.
Here.
Thank you.
Soda?
Oh, a little. Thank you.
Oh, it's good to see you here, Poirot. Particularly when we've nothing to do with ourselves in front of a blazing log fire. Nothing like a wood fire, I always say.
Yes.
At any rate, we shall be safe from crime during your stay.
Oh, come, Colonel, even my reputation.
No, Poirot. Christmas time, the season of peace, good cheer, and goodwill.
Oh, the British, they are so sentimental.
Well, what if we are? What if we do like the old days, the old traditional festivities? What's the harm?
Oh, there is no harm. But let us for a moment examine the facts. At Christmas, families who have been separated through the year assemble once more together. People who do not feel amiable are putting great pressure on themselves to appear amiable. If you dam the stream of natural behavior, mon ami, sooner or later the dam bursts and a cataclysm occurs.
I never know when you're serious and when you're pulling my leg, Poirot.
I am not serious. Not in the least am I serious. But all the same, it is true what I say. Artificial conditions bring about their natural reaction.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Yes, Johnson here. Yes, Sugden, what is it? Simeon Lee? Good Lord. Yes, I'll be over straight away. Well, that's made me eat my words. A case of murder. On Christmas Eve. I must get over there as fast as I can.
You wish that I should accompany you?
Well, it seems a shame to ask you, but well, you know how it is. Sugden's a good man, painstaking, thoroughly sound, but, well, he's not an imaginative chap. I'd like the benefit of your advice.
Yes, of course.
It's murder, right enough. No doubt of that. Mr. Lee's throat was cut. But there's something very odd about the whole matter.
What do you mean?
Well, I'd like you to hear my story first, sir. This afternoon at about 5 o'clock, I was rung up by Mr. Lee at Adelsfield Police Station. He seemed a bit odd over the phone. He asked me to come over and see him at 8 o'clock this evening, made a special point of the time. Moreover, he instructed me to say to the butler that I was collecting for the police orphanage.
He wanted some plausible pretext to get you into the house.
Well, that's right, sir. Mr. Lee was seated by the fireplace in his room. He asked me to sit down near him. He then said, rather hesitatingly, that he wanted to give me particulars of a robbery. He said he had reason to believe that uncut diamonds to the value of several £1,000s had been stolen from his safe.
Diamonds, eh?
Then he said, it's difficult to explain in detail, but so far as I can see, only two persons can actually have the stones. One of them might have done it as a joke. If the other person took them, then they have positively been stolen. I asked him what he wanted me to do. He said, I want you to return here in about an hour. At that time, I shall be able to tell you definitely whether I've been robbed or not. Well, I was a little mystified, but I agreed and went away.
That's very curious. What do you think, Poirot?
Well, may I ask, Superintendent, what conclusions you yourself drew?
Well, various ideas occurred to me, but on the whole, I figured it out this way. He reckoned that one of those people was a servant, and the other was a member of the family.
Très bien, yes, that explains his attitude very well.
That was why he wanted me to return later. In the interval, he meant to have an interview with the person in question.
Any idea who this member of the family might be?
Oh, no, sir. So I returned to the house at 9:15 precisely. Just as I was about to ring the front doorbell, I heard a scream from within the house, and then a confused sound of general commotion. It was several minutes before the door was answered. I found Mr. Lee's room in a state of wild confusion. Mr. Lee was lying in front of the fire, in a great pool of blood.
Anyone in the room?
Most of the family were there, sir. Just standing around.
Were the windows open or closed?
One was closed and locked. The other was open a few inches at the bottom, but it was fixed in that position by a burglar screw. It's stuck fast and hasn't been open for years, I say. Also, the wall outside is quite smooth, no ivy or creepers. I don't see how anyone could have left that way.
How many doors in the room?
Just one. The door was locked on the inside. Nobody there, except the old man who'd been killed no more than a few minutes previously.
And there's no possibility of suicide?
No, sir. Where's the weapon if it was?
But you say the door was locked from the inside?
Here's the key, sir. No fingerprints. Just take a close look at it.
Oh, by Jove, yes, I see what you mean. Those faint scratches on the end of the barrel. Do you see it, Poirot?
Yes, I see. But that means, does it not, that the key was turned from outside the door, turned by means of a special implement that went through the keyhole and gripped the barrel?
Yes, but that isn't so easy to manage. It suggests a professional to me.
Well, following that up, it looks as though there were a professional thief among the servants. That would explain the diamonds being taken, and the murder would follow on logically from that.
Well, is there anything wrong with the theory?
Well, it's difficult. The servants are all local people who've been here for at least 4 years. The butler's been here for close on 40. The only person new to the house is Horbury, Mr. Lee's valet attendant, and he was out of the house. Still is.
Which leaves us with the family.
Well, I asked them all to stay in the drawing room until I was ready to take the statements.
I see. Well, we'd better go upstairs and take a look at the body.
Extraordinary.
What is it, Poirot?
Such a frail, shrunken old man, and yet all this. A chair and table overturned, broken glass, broken china. How did it all happen? And such a lot of blood.
Funny. That's what Mrs. Alfred said.
What did she say?
Something about who would have thought the old gentleman would have had so much blood in him.
The words of Lady Macbeth. That is interesting.
It has been a particular shock to my husband, to all of us, but particularly to him.
Terrible. Quite terrible. Won't you sit down, both of you? Thank you. Let me introduce Monsieur Hercule Poirot.
Madame.
How do you do, Monsieur Poirot?
Good evening. And Superintendent Sugden here will be taking notes.
Right, sir.
I'm afraid this will be painful for you, Mr. Lee, but I would like an account of what happened.
Of course.
When, for instance, did you last see your father?
At about 5:45. I sat with him for a short time. He had expressed his intention of going to bed early.
Now, go on, please.
We had our dinner at 8:00. Dinner was over, and my wife and the other ladies had gone into the drawing room. We were sitting there at the table. Suddenly, there was the most astounding noise overhead, chairs overturning, breaking glass and china. And then, my God, I can hear it still, a horrible, long, drawn-out scream, the scream of a man in mortal agony.
Who was with you when you heard that cry?
My brother was there. My brother Harry.
Where were the other gentlemen?
It seems so long ago. What did happen? Oh, of course, George had gone to telephone. Then we began to talk of family matters, and Stephen Farr said something about seeing we wanted to discuss things and took himself off.
And your brother, David?
David, I don't quite know when he slipped away.
Now, there's another point. I understand your father had valuable diamonds in his possession.
Yes, that is so. They were rough diamonds, uncut stones.
Where did he keep them?
In the safe in his room.
Did you know, Mr. Lee, that these stones had been stolen?
What?
Is that why he was killed? For the sake of the stones?
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Who attended to the room?
Horbury, his valet. The second housemaid goes in to do the grate and lay the fire every morning. Otherwise, he did everything.
So Horbury would be the person with the best opportunity?
Yes.
And where were you when the crime took place?
In the drawing room.
You heard the noise of the struggle?
I think I heard something heavy fall. Of course, my father-in-law's room is over the dining room, not the drawing room, so I wouldn't hear much.
But you heard the cry?
Yes, I heard that. It was quite horrible. Like a soul in hell.
Thank you, Mrs. Lee. It will be better, perhaps, if we interview the other members of the house party first. The ladies may want to get to bed.
Come, Alfred. Shall I send them in to you, Colonel Johnson?
Oh, yes, thank you. One by one, if you don't mind.
Well, it was just after dinner. I was, I think, in this room. Yes, I just finished telephoning. I put through a call to my agent in Westringham, my constituency, some urgent party business.
And it was just after that you heard the scream?
Yes, very unpleasant. It died away in a kind of choke or gurgle. Terrible business. It must have been the work of a lunatic.
Were you aware that your father kept a quantity of valuable, uncut diamonds in his bedroom?
Yes, a most unwise procedure. I often told him so. He might have been murdered for them. I mean, that is to say...
Are you aware that the stones have disappeared?
Then he was murdered for them?
He was aware of their loss and reported it to the police some hours before his death.
But then I don't understand.
We, too, do not understand.
The old man was delighted I'd come home. Pretty boring for him cooped up here with Alfred. My father had been a bit of a rip in his time. He was looking forward to my company.
When did you last see your father this evening?
After tea. He just had a row with Alfred about your humble servant. The old man was no end bucked with himself. He liked stirring up trouble. That's why he talked about altering his will.
So your father mentioned his will?
Yes, in front of the whole lot of us, watching us like a cat to see how we reacted.
What changes did he contemplate making?
Well, he didn't tell us that. I imagined, or I should say I hoped, that the change would be to the advantage of your humble servant. Pilar, too. He'd taken a fancy to her. Well, he's dead now. No wills will be altered in Pilar's favour, nor mine either, worse luck.
Where were you at the time of your father's death?
In the dining room with Brother Alfred. Not a very harmonious after-dinner session. We were in the middle of a pretty sharp argument when we heard the noise overhead. And then poor old father screamed. It's like killing a pig.
Killing a pig?
Yes. We started upstairs, but the door was locked. Had to break it down. How the devil it came to be locked, I can't imagine.
When we got up to his room, he was speaking to his lawyers about his will. And then he told Alfred he was looking very glum. Alfred was very upset because of Harry coming home to live. And then Mr. Lee said something about his late wife. She had the brains of a louse, he said. And David sprang up and looked as though he'd like to murder him. Oh, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it at all.
No, quite so, quite so. A figure of speech, that's all.
Yes.
Now, where were you at the time of the crime?
I think I was in the drawing room.
Aren't you sure?
Of course. How stupid of me. I'd gone to telephone.
In here?
Yes, it's the only telephone, except the one upstairs in my father-in-law's room.
Was anyone else in here with you?
Oh, no. I was quite alone.
I see. And then?
And then there was that awful scream. Oh, it was like a nightmare. I shall always remember it.
Well, I think that's all for the present.
Thank you.
Well, we're getting at some of it now. George Lee was telephoning when he heard the scream. His wife was telephoning when she heard it. Now, which of them is lying? What do you think, Sugden?
I don't want to speak offensively of the lady, but I should say that she'd be first class at getting money out of a gentleman, but I don't think she'd cut a gentleman's throat.
But one never knows, Morvier.
What do you think, Poirot?
I would say that the character of the late Simeon Lee begins to emerge for us. It is there, I think, that the whole importance of the case lies, in the character of the dead man.
I don't quite understand you, Mr. Poirot.
I am telling you that because Simeon Lee was a certain kind of man. He set in motion certain forces which, in the end, brought about his death. So, Mr. David, did your father mention his late wife at all?
Yes, he did. He insulted her.
Your mother has been dead for some years.
She died when I was a boy.
She was not, perhaps, very happy in her life here?
Who could be happy with a man like my father? My mother was a saint.
Your father was perhaps distressed by her death?
I don't know. I left home. Before this visit, I had not seen my father for 20 years.
And where were you at the time of the murder?
I could see that Alfred and Harry were going to quarrel, so I slipped away to the music room and played the piano.
Which is next to the drawing room?
Yes. I played there for some time, and then I heard the noise from upstairs and my father screaming like a soul in hell. God, it was awful.
Were you alone in the music room?
No. My wife Hilda was there.
He wanted to stir up strife. Why else would he have brought us all together? And why did he arrange for us to hear him saying he was going to make a new will?
Are you sure he did that deliberately?
Oh, I'm certain of it.
So that, really, he may not have meant to alter his will at all?
No, I think that part of it was quite genuine. He probably did wish to make a new will, but he enjoyed underlining the fact.
Now, Mrs. Lee, I'd be grateful if you would tell us what you were doing when the crime occurred.
I was with my husband in the music room.
And then?
We heard tables and chairs overturned upstairs, and then that awful scream.
Like a soul in hell.
It was worse than that.
What do you mean, madame?
It was like someone who had no soul. It was inhuman, like a beast.
So you have judged him, madame.
Had your mother spoken to you of your grandfather much, Miss Estravadus?
She said he was an old devil.
And what did you think of him?
Of course, he was very, very old. He had to sit in a chair, and his face was all dried up. But I liked him all the same. I think that when he was a young man, he must have been handsome. Very handsome, like you.
Oh.
Like Superintendent Sugden. Well. Did your grandfather ever tell you that he had diamonds in the safe in his room?
Yes, he showed them to me. But they were not like diamonds, they were just like pebbles.
Miss Estravadus, did you know that those diamonds had been stolen?
Stolen?
Now, I understand that all the family came up to your grandfather's room in the afternoon and that some angry words passed.
Yes, it was great fun. Grandfather made them so angry.
Do you remember what was said?
I am not sure. Grandfather said they were all no good. He said I was better than any of them.
Where were you when the crime occurred?
I went up to my room to do my face. I was going to dance again with Stephen, and far away I heard a scream, and everyone was running, and I went too.
Did you go into the room?
Oh, yes. Grandfather was lying in a great pool of blood.
Did anyone say anything?
David said such a funny thing. He said, "In mills of God." What does that mean?
Oh, it's an English proverb, my dear. Well, I don't think there's anything more, Miss Estravadus.
Nothing more? Then I shall go to bed. Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
Good night. Good night. The mills of God grind slowly, but they grind exceeding small. And David Lee said that. Who's left, Superintendent?
Stephen Farr. The only one who's not family.
After the ladies had left the dining room, I stayed and had a glass of port. I realized that the Lees had family business they wanted to discuss, so excused myself and left them.
And what did you do then?
Well, there's a room with a gramophone, sort of a little ballroom. I played some dance records.
It was possible, perhaps, that someone might join you there?
One always hopes.
And did Senorita Estravadus join you there?
I am afraid not. I was still there when I heard the rumpus, and ran hell for leather to see what was the matter. I helped Harry break the door down.
And is that all you have to tell us?
Absolutely all, I'm afraid.
You've no knowledge of anyone Simeon Lee had done a bad turn to, out in Africa?
He had enemies, of course. Must have had, but I don't know of any specific case.
Except, perhaps, yourself, Mr. Farr.
You think I came to revenge some injury against my father? Well, there's nothing doing there. Simeon and Ebenezer had nothing against each other whatsoever.
No, we're not accusing you of anything, Mr. Farr.
I didn't much care for the tone of Mr. Poirot's voice.
Well, that is unfortunate.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. That'll be all for the present. You will, of course, not leave the house.
Well, there's nowhere much to go. And tomorrow's Christmas Day.
There goes X, the unknown quantity. His story seems straightforward enough, but that gramophone alibi isn't too good.
My dear friend, compare the physique of Stephen Farr with that of Simeon Lee. Simeon Lee couldn't possibly have put up a fight against him. Can you imagine that frail old man and that magnificent specimen of humanity struggled for some minutes, overturning furniture and breaking china?
You mean that it was a weak man who killed Simeon Lee?
Or a woman?
Well, there's nothing much more that I can do here. You've got things well in hand, Sugden. Oh, we ought to see that old butler fellow, just to confirm that everyone was where they said they were at the time of the murder.
Such a violent thing to happen, sir. In this house, where everything has always gone on so quietly, you know.
It was a well-ordered house, but not a happy one.
Well, I wouldn't like to say that, sir.
In the days when the family was at home, it was happy then.
It wasn't perhaps what one would call very harmonious, sir.
And Mr. Harry, what was he like?
Oh, always rather a wild young gentleman, sir, but good-hearted, you know. Gave me quite a turn, it did, when the bell rang, and then again, so impatiently. And I opened the door, and there was a strange man. And then Mr. Harry's voice said, "Hello, Tressilian. Still here, eh? Just the same as ever?"
It must have been a strange feeling.
It seems sometimes, sir, as though the past isn't the past, you know. There's the feeling that comes over you, as though you'd done it all before.
Yeah.
You see, it just seems to me as though the bell rings and I go to answer it, and there's Mr. Harry. Even if it should be Mr. Farr or some other person. I'm just saying to myself, you see, that I've done this before.
Oh, that is interesting, very interesting.
We just want to get the various times checked correctly. Now, when the noise started, I understand that only Mr. Alfred Lee and Mr. Harry Lee were in the dining room. Is that so?
I really couldn't tell you, sir. All the gentlemen were there when I served coffee to them, but that would be about a quarter of an hour earlier.
Mr. George Lee was telephoning. Now, can you confirm that?
I think somebody did telephone, sir. The bell rings in my pantry, and when anybody takes the receiver off to call a number, there's a faint noise on the bell. I do remember hearing that.
You don't know where anyone else was?
Mr. David, I think, was playing the pianoforte in the music room, sir.
You heard him?
Oh, yes, sir, yes. It was like a sign, sir, so I felt afterward. It was the Dead March he was playing. Even at the time, I remember it gave me the creeps.
It is curious, yes.
Now, about this fellow Horbury, the valet. Are you definitely prepared to swear that he was out of the house by 8 o'clock?
Oh, yes, sir, yes. It was just after Mr. Sugden here arrived. I remember particularly because he broke a coffee cup.
Horbury broke a coffee cup?
Yes, sir, one of the old Worcester ones. He'd no business to have been handling it at all. He was holding it up, admiring it, and I happened to mention that Mr. Sugden had called, and he dropped it.
Did you say Mr. Sugden, or did you mention the police?
Well, no, I come to think of it, sir, I mentioned that the police superintendent had called.
Did Horbury ask any questions about the superintendent's visit?
Yes, sir, yes. He told me he'd come collecting for the police orphanage.
And did Horbury seem relieved when you said that?
Do you know, sir, now you mention it, he certainly did.
And then he left?
Yes, sir, yes. He passed through the kitchen where the cook and the kitchen maid saw him and through the back door.
Is there any means by which Horbury could return to the house without anyone seeing him?
Oh, I don't see how he could have done it, sir, no. All the doors are locked and bolted on the inside.
How does he get in when he comes?
Oh, he has a key to the back door, sir.
Well, he could have returned that way, then?
Not without passing through the kitchen, sir. And the kitchen, you see, would be occupied till well after 9:30.
Well, that seems conclusive. Thank you, Tressilian.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, has Horbury returned yet, do you know?
He came in just as you called me, sir.
Good. And we'll have him in.
I left the house just before 8, sir. I went to the Electric, sir. It's within easy walking distance. Love in Old Seville was the picture, sir.
Anyone who saw you there?
The young lady in the box office, sir. She knows me. And, as a matter of fact, I was with a young lady, sir. I met her there by appointment. Doris Buckle, sir. She works in the combined dairies.
Well, you can give all those particulars to Mr. Sugden later. What I want to know is this. At what time did you last see Mr. Lee this evening?
It was about 7:30, sir. I went in to take away his supper tray and to put out the sherry and 2 glasses on the bureau.
Why did you do that?
Mr. Lee's orders.
Was that usual?
Sometimes. It was the rule that none of the family came in to see Mr. Lee in the evening unless he invited them.
And had he invited anyone this evening?
Don't know, sir. He hadn't sent any message by me, but he might have asked one of them personally.
Now, there's something more we want to know, Horbury.
Sir.
What can you tell us about the diamonds Mr. Lee kept in his safe?
Oh, diamonds, sir? I never saw any diamonds.
Mr. Lee kept a quantity of uncut stones there. You must have seen him handling them.
Oh, those funny little pebbles, sir. Yes, I did see him with them once or twice, but I didn't know they were diamonds. He was showing them to the foreign young lady yesterday.
Well, those stones have been stolen.
Well, I hope you don't think, sir, that I had anything to do with it.
That remains to be seen. That'll do. I shan't want you again tonight.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir. Thank you, sir.
An unprepossessing person.
The question is, what do we think of his evidence?
Well, say he took the diamonds, gathered from the old man's mouth that he was suspected, made his plans accordingly, went out ostentatiously at 8 o'clock and cooked up an alibi. Easy enough to slip out of a cinema and return here unnoticed.
Well, I think we'll call it a night.
Good morning, Mr. Poirot.
Ah, good morning, Mrs. Lee.
It scarcely seems appropriate to say Merry Christmas, does it?
Not here, at any rate.
Well, they at least don't seem very concerned.
Who, madame?
Pilar and Mr. Farr walking down by the lake. She seems extraordinarily self-possessed. It's all very odd, isn't it?
What is odd, madame?
The way she turned up here, out of the blue.
I believe that Mr. Lee had been searching for her for some time. He had been in correspondence with the vice-consul at Alicara, where her mother died.
You know, Monsieur Poirot, there's some story connected with Jennifer's husband, Estravados. Something about him stabbing a man in a cafe in a brawl over a woman. He died quite soon afterwards. George feels the family ought to have been told more about the girl's antecedents. After all, if her father was a criminal... And the Spanish are cruel, aren't they? All those bullfights.
You are saying that, in your opinion, Senorita Estravados cut her grandfather's throat?
Oh, no, Monsieur Poirot. I never said anything of the kind.
Well, perhaps you did not.
But I do think that she is, well, a suspicious person. The furtive way she picked up something from the floor of the room last night, for instance.
She picked up something from the floor?
Yes. As soon as we got into the room, she gave a quick glance round to see if anyone was looking and then pounced on it. But the superintendent saw her, I'm glad to say, and made her give it up.
What was it she picked up? Do you know, madame?
No, I wasn't near enough to see. It was quite small. But here's Mr. Sugden. He'll be able to tell you. I'd better see if I can help Lydia in any way. I suppose we must make some attempt at Christmas lunch.
Good morning, Mr. Poirot. I won't say a Merry Christmas.
No, please. Are you making any progress?
Aubrey's alibi is holding water. The commissioner at the cinema saw him go in with the girl and saw him come out with her at the end of the performance and seemed positive he couldn't have left and returned during the performance. The girl swears he was with her in the cinema all the time.
I hardly see, then, what there is to say.
Well, that's just it. It brings us right back to the people in the house. Clearly one of them did it, but which?
You have no new data?
Yes, I've checked up on the telephone calls. Mr. George Lee put through a call to Westringham at 2 minutes to 9. That call lasted under 6 minutes. Just so. Moreover, no other call was put through to Westringham or anywhere else.
Very interesting, yes. Mr. George Lee says that he has just finished telephoning when he hears the noise overhead. But actually, he had finished telephoning nearly 10 minutes before that. Mrs. George Lee says that she was telephoning, but actually she never put through a call at all. Now, what were they doing?
Oh, I noticed you were talking to her just now.
You are in error. I was not talking to her. She was talking to me.
And what does she have to say?
She wanted to draw my attention to the un-Englishness of the crime and possibly criminal nature of the father of Senorita Estravados, and the fact that she had furtively picked something up from the floor last night.
She told you that, did she?
Yes. What was it she picked up?
If you can make anything out of it, I'll retire from the police force.
Show it to me.
There you are. A piece of rubber and a small wooden peg. What do you make of it?
This little piece of stuff might have been cut from a sponge bag.
It was. It comes from a sponge bag in Mr. Lee's room. Somebody cut a small triangular piece out of it. Mr. Lee might have done it himself, for all I know. As for the peg, it's just, well, rough wood, whittled out of a bit of deal, I'd say.
Most remarkable.
They don't mean anything at all to you?
I must confess, nothing whatever.
Well, let's get down to the facts. To begin with, there are the people who couldn't have done it.
And they are?
Alfred and Harry Lee. They've got a definite alibi.
And the others?
Well, I've made out a list. At the time of the crime, David Lee was playing the piano in the music room, confirmed by his wife. Mrs. David Lee was in the music room, confirmed by her husband. Miss Estravados was in her bedroom, no confirmation. Stephen Farr was playing records in the ballroom, confirmed by 3 of the staff who could hear the music in the servants' hall. And Mr. and Mrs. George Lee are simply 2 question marks. So much for opportunity. Now, let's consider motive. There again, we can wash out certain people. Miss Estravados, for one. As the will stands, she doesn't gain anything at all. It seems unlikely, therefore, that she has anything to do with the crime, except that you might argue that to cut a man's throat is an un-English sort of thing to do, as your friend Mrs. George put it.
Oh, do not call her my friend, or I shall speak of your friend, Miss Estravados, who finds you such a handsome man.
Oh, steady on, Mr. Poirot.
Oh, it is true, it is true. Your moustache is superb. Tell me, do you use for it a special pomade?
Good Lord, no. Just grows.
Oh, you are favored by nature. Every night I have to use the pomade.
Yeah, well, now, Harry Lee had every opportunity for keeping the old man alive, in the hope that he'd make a new will. You see, we're getting on.
Oh, how true. Very soon there will be nobody left.
We've still got George Lee and his wife, and Mr. and Mrs. David Lee. They all benefit by the death, and George Lee, from all I can make out, is grasping about money. Moreover, his father was threatening to cut down supplies. So, we've got George Lee with motive and opportunity.
And David Lee?
Well, he doesn't strike me as the mercenary type. As I see it, there are three possible motives for this murder. The diamond complication, the will, and there's, well, just plain hate.
Ah, you see that, do you?
If David Lee killed his father, it might explain the bloodletting.
So much blood. It takes me back to ancient rituals, to blood sacrifice, to the anointing with the blood of the sacrifice.
Well, I'm going back to the house. You coming, Mr. Poirot?
No, not for the moment, Superintendent. I shall walk for a while on the terrace.
Well, there's no doubt about it. They're the diamonds, all right. See for yourself, sir.
And where did you say you found them, Poirot?
In one of the small gardens on the terrace constructed by Mrs. Alfred Lee.
Mrs. Alfred? Well, that doesn't seem likely.
One will not easily believe her a thief, no.
Anybody could have hidden them there.
Well, that is true. It was convenient that in that particular garden, the Dead Sea, there happened to be pebbles very similar in shape and appearance. It was an ideal place for whoever took the diamonds.
Well, we'd better get on. Anything fresh to report, Sugden?
There's some new information about Horbury. A reason why he might be scared of the police.
Oh, what's that?
Extorting money under threats. Modified blackmail. The case couldn't be proved, so he got off, but I rather fancy he's got away with a thing or two in that line. That's why he got the wind up when Tresillian mentioned a police officer on the night of the murder.
So much for Horbury. Anything else?
Mrs. George Lee, so we've got a line on her before her marriage. Was living with a Commander Jones, passed as his daughter, but she wasn't his daughter. I think, from what we've been told, that old Mr. Lee summed her up pretty correctly and was just amusing himself by taking a shot in the dark, and he got her on the raw.
That gives her another possible motive. She may have thought he knew something definite and was going to give her away to her husband.
Why not have them in together, sir, and get that telephone business straight?
Yeah, good idea.
You put through a call to Westringham, I think you said, Mr. Lee.
Yes, I did. To my agent in the constituency. I can refer you to him.
We're not disputing the point. Your call went through at 8:59 exactly, and it was terminated at 9:04. Your father, Mr. Lee, was killed about 9:15. I must ask you once more for an account of your movements.
I told you, I was telephoning.
No, Mr. Lee, you weren't.
Well, I just finished, and I was wondering whether to make another call.
You could hardly debate whether or not to make a telephone call for 10 minutes.
Are you doubting my word? The word of a man in my position? Colonel Johnson, do you countenance this attitude?
In a murder case, Mr. Lee, these questions must be asked and answered.
Well, I have answered. I was debating a further call.
And you were in this room when the alarm was raised?
I was. Yes, I was.
I think, Mrs. Lee, that you stated that you were telephoning when the alarm broke out and that at the time you were alone in this room.
I don't know. I don't remember what I said. I was so upset.
We've got it all written down, you know.
Of course I telephoned. I just can't be sure
Well, where did you telephone from? Not in here.
I suggest, Mrs. Lee, that you didn't telephone at all.
Oh, George! Don't let them bully me. You know how upset I get when anyone goes on at me and frightens me.
Please.
I can't remember anything at all. They're being so beastly to me.
Oh, it's disgraceful. I wanted my wife bullied and frightened out of her life. I shall have a question asked in the house about police methods. It's disgraceful.
We've got them going properly. She'll be back in a minute when she's decided what to say.
Well, it certainly looks very fishy. What's the matter, Poirot? Seen a ghost?
You know, I am not sure that I have not done just exactly that.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
What did I say?
Oh, come in, my dear.
Thank you. My husband thinks I've gone to my room. Colonel Johnson, if I tell you the truth, you will keep quiet about it, won't you? I mean, you don't have to make everything public, do you?
You mean something that has no connection with the crime?
Yes, no connection at all. Just something in my private life.
You tell me what you have to say, and I'll be the judge.
You see, it's like this. There's somebody... I wanted to telephone somebody last night. A man. A friend of mine. And I didn't want George to know about it. So I went to the telephone after dinner when I thought George would be safely in the dining room. But when I got here, I heard him telephoning, so I waited.
Where did you wait, madame?
Well, there's a place for coats and things behind the stairs. I slipped back there where I could see George come out of this room. But he didn't come out. And then all the noise happened, and Mr. Lee screamed, and I ran upstairs.
So your husband did not leave this room until the moment of the murder?
No.
And you yourself, from 9 o'clock to 9:15, were waiting in the recess behind the stairs?
Yes, but I couldn't say so, you see. It's been very, very awkward for me. You do see that, don't you?
Yes, it was certainly awkward.
I'm so relieved to have told you the truth. And you won't tell my husband, will you? I'm sure I can trust all of you.
Well, it might have been like that. It's a perfectly plausible story. On the other hand...
It might not. We just don't know.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you.
What is it?
When I first came here, when I saw you in Simeon's room, why didn't you mention we'd met before?
Because I did not know why you had come here. I thought perhaps you had come to see me.
Mes enfants, you are disturbing my concentration.
I wanted to dance to the gramophone, but Stephen said it was wrong for a house of mourning.
It sounded so strange.
But we tried to muffle it as best we could with a scarf and a pair of stockings.
It is silly to pretend to be sad.
Come out into the gallery. I want to show you something. Come. You see? A portrait of Simeon Lee when he was a young man.
But how very different he looks. Like Harry might have been 10 years ago.
And now here is Madame, your grandmother. Very blonde hair, mild blue eyes.
Like David.
Yes. The heredity, it is very interesting. And you see here, this lady with golden hair and blue eyes.
Oh. My mother. I have her portrait here in my locket.
And is that your father?
Yes.
What beautiful blue eyes. Few Spaniards have the blue eyes, I think, senorita.
Sometimes in the north. Besides, my father's mother was Irish.
Ah, yes. And that reminds me, senorita, your passport. It is needed by my friend the superintendent. These tiresome police regulations.
It is in my room. I will go up and get it.
Ah. Mr. Farr, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Will you come along with me to the scene of the crime?
Yes, of course.
Now, these two statues standing just by Simeon Lee's door, they seem to have a particular regard for their virtue. You see how they clasp their draperies to their breasts?
I noticed them 2 nights ago when we all dashed up to the old man's room, but I thought there were 3 then. That must have been a trick of the light.
Well, all cats are grey in the dark. Ah, Superintendent.
Mr. Poirot?
Yes, I would be grateful if you would do me a small favour. Senorita Estravadas has gone to her room to get her passport for you. Could you go there to receive it? And make sure the rest of the family are somewhere nearby. You remember our little arrangement?
Oh, I haven't forgotten.
Come, Mr. Farr, let us go in. You have the memories, yes?
I have the memories, Mr. Poirot. Only 2 days ago he was sitting in that chair, but I don't imagine you brought me here to talk about my memories.
In a way. You were in the little ballroom, I think, when Mr. Lee was killed.
That's right.
You did not hear the scream, I think you said.
I don't think I did. Somebody did cry out, but that may have been somebody downstairs.
You did not hear a noise like this?
What do you think you're doing? Do you want to scare the whole house? They'll think somebody else has been killed.
No, it's just... It's just a little experiment, Mr. Farr, but let us continue. You were, I think, the first person to arrive on the scene that night.
Was I? I don't remember. No, I think one of the ladies was here before me.
Which lady?
One of the wives, George's wife, or David's.
What's going on?
It is nothing. Do not be alarmed. A little experiment that I
Why is
made.
everybody rushing about? What's going on?
You were with the senorita?
Yes.
And you did not hear me scream?
Not a sound.
That is all I wanted to know. You may all go now.
That's the trouble with these chaps from across the channel. Quite unstable.
Yes, steady, George. You're quite right.
Oh, Madam Lee, could I have a little word?
Yes, what is it?
Tell me. Is there a shop in Adelsfield where one can buy, how you say it, fancy dress, wigs, beards?
Yes, Monsieur Poirot, there is. What is it you're looking for?
Something to surprise you all with, madame, that is all.
Pilar, what's the matter?
They have had a reading of the will. I've got nothing. Nothing at all. It was a will made many years ago. My grandfather left money to my mother, but because he is dead, it does not go to me, but goes back to them.
That seems rather hard lines.
That fat George, he was very pleased.
Oh, I'm sure that Alfred and Lydia will look after you.
That would not be amusing. Oh, it is all so dreary. And I came here because I had been told that at Christmas all the English enjoy themselves.
Not if they've got a little matter like a murder to cope with. But here, you see? These are all the things that Lydia was bringing out for Christmas. Gold and silver balls for the tree, boxes of crackers, balloons.
Balloons! Oh, I love balloons. Can we blow one up? Lydia would not mind.
Here we go.
You look so funny with your cheek puffed out.
Here. Pat it back to me here.
So, you play les jeux d'enfants. It is pretty, that.
It is gone. Poor balloon. Oh, so that is what I picked up on my grandfather's floor. He too had a balloon, only his was a pink one. What is the matter, Monsieur Poirot?
Nothing, senorita, nothing at all.
Lunch is just ready, Mr. Farr. Oh, Pilar, my dear. Everything has been settled quite satisfactorily. Alfred will explain the exact details to you after lunch. Shall we go in?
Mr. Poirot, I'd like a quiet word with you.
Of course, Superintendent.
I've received a cable from the South African police. Here.
Ebenezer Farr's only son died 2 years ago.
So now we know.
Oh, indeed we do. But one thing I beg you, do not question Mr. Farr until I give you the word. There is one more thing I need to do.
Lydia, I have to talk to you.
What's the matter, my child?
I will not take that money. I am going away at once.
Oh, my dear, Alfred must have explained it very badly. It's not in the least a matter of charity, if that's what's troubling you. It's a plain matter of right and wrong. In the ordinary course of events, your mother would have inherited this money, and you would have come into it from her. It's your right, your blood right.
And that is why I cannot take it. I enjoyed coming here. It was an adventure. But now it has been spoiled. I am going away at once.
No one is going anywhere at the moment, mademoiselle.
There are a few questions that Mr. Poirot and I have to put to you.
Tressilian said you wanted to speak to me. What is it?
Sit down, Mr. Farr. We'll get to you in a moment.
Senorita Estravades, I would like you to tell us where you were at the time of the murder.
But I have told you. I was in my room.
Yes, but you weren't speaking the truth when you told us that. You could not have heard the scream from your room.
That was the point of my little experiment. I will tell you where I think you were, Senorita. You were in the recess with the statues of the nymphs, quite close to your grandfather's door.
How did you know?
Mr. Farr saw you there.
I never saw any such thing.
I ask your pardon, Mr. Farr, but you did see her. Remember your impression that there were 3 statues in the recess, not 2. Senorita Estravadas was the 3rd statue you saw. Is that not so?
Yes, it is true.
So, now you will tell us what you were doing there.
After dinner, I thought I would go up to see my grandfather. But when I turned into the passage, I saw someone else at the door. I did not want to be seen because my grandfather had said he did not want to see anyone that night. So I hid myself with the statues.
Who was it you say you saw at the door?
I don't know who it was. There was not enough light to see. But it was a woman.
Very well, Senorita. Sit down. The rest of the family will be here in a moment. We are going to have a little conference. Please, be seated, everyone. It won't take long.
This is very irregular, Poirot. Getting everyone together like this?
It is a little idea of mine. I wish to share with everyone the knowledge that I have acquired. I shall then invite their collaboration, and so we shall get at the truth. Now, to begin with, Superintendent, you have an explanation to ask of Mr. Farr.
Well, I should have preferred a less public moment. However, Mr. Farr, we received this cable from South Africa a little while ago. Perhaps you can explain it.
I see what you mean. It's pretty damning, isn't it?
Is that all you've got to say? You understand there's no obligation
You
on you
needn't
to...
caution me, Superintendent. I'll give you an explanation. It's not a very good one, but it's the truth.
Oh, please, enlighten us.
I'm not Ebenezer Farr's son, but I did know both son and father quite well. My name is actually Stephen Grant. I arrived in this country the other day for the first time in my life. I knew this was where Simeon Lee lived and that he had been Ebenezer Farr's partner.
Go on.
Well, the idea occurred to me to come here and pretend I was Eb's son. As you now know, he had died 2 years ago, but I remembered old Eb saying he had not heard from Simeon Lee for many years, so I thought I'd risk it. It worked like a charm, and I got to know Senorita Estravados. You can cable to South Africa and check up on me. You'll find I'm a perfectly respectable citizen. I'm not a crook or a jewel thief.
I never believed you were. Now I think Miss Estravados has something to say.
I would never have told you, but for Lydia Ranimani. To come here and pretend and act out a part, that was fun. But when Lydia said I should have the money, that was different. It was not fun any longer. It was cheating.
My dear young lady, what on earth are you talking about?
Pilar Estravados was killed when I was traveling with her in a car in Spain. I was not touched. I did not know her very well, but she had told me all about herself and how her grandfather had sent for her to go to England and that he was very rich. I had no money. And I thought suddenly, why should I not take Pilar's passport and go to England and become very rich? But how did you find out, Monsieur Poirot?
Mademoiselle, if you have studied the laws of Mendel, you would know that 2 blue-eyed people are not likely to have a brown-eyed child.
I think there's a good deal more you haven't told us. I suggest that it was you who had stolen the diamonds and that your grandfather had sent for you. He accused you of the theft. Perhaps he tumbled to the fact that you weren't his granddaughter. You slashed at him with a knife.
It is not true. I did not steal the diamonds. I did not kill him.
Of course she killed him. I always said an outsider killed my father. It is preposterous to pretend that one of the family would do a thing like that.
And yet, that is what did happen.
What?
Signor Lee was killed by his own flesh and blood for what seemed to the murderer to be a very good and sufficient reason.
One of us? Who are you to suggest such a
There
thing,
is a case against every person here. You, Mr. George Lee, you had no love for your father. He had threatened to cut your allowance that very day.
I absolutely refute.
Your wife, too, had a motive. She is, I think, in debt. And the tone of certain of your father's remarks may have caused her uneasiness.
outrageous.
She said she went to telephone, but we know that she did not do so. And then there is Mr. David here. He did not forget or forgive the way his father had treated his mother. He is supposed to have been playing the piano at the time of the murder, the Dead March. But suppose somebody else was playing the Dead March, somebody who knew what he was going to do and approved his action.
That is an infamous suggestion.
All right, Monsieur Poirot. What about Alfred and me? We were together in the dining room at the time of the murder.
Suppose it is all part of a clever plot. One of you remains in the dining room, talking and quarrelling aloud, as though there were two of you, while the other goes upstairs and kills the old man.
This is preposterous. Do you really mean to tell
I have to show you the possibilities. These are the things that might have happened. Then there are the circumstances of the crime itself. A heavy table and a heavy chair are overturned in a struggle involving a frail old man.
He was fighting for his life, Poirot.
There are so many things which did not fit. Why was the door locked from the outside? What was the meaning of the piece of rubber and the peg found on the floor? Why did Simeon Lee first report the theft and then ask the superintendent to return later? Why not simply ask him to wait downstairs? And I say to myself, this is all wrong. We are looking at it from the angle the murderer wants us to.
Look, Poirot, how much longer do we have to sit here while you air your theories?
Not much longer, my friend. For at this stage I got my first glimmer of light. Mrs. Alfred Lee quoted a line of Macbeth. Who would have thought the old man to have so much blood in him? And there was too much blood, a crime of blood. It is Simeon Lee's own blood that rises up against him. The second valuable clue came from Tresillian. You remember what you said about answering the door?
That it had all happened before.
Now, yes, why did you have that feeling? Look at Mr. Harry Lee and Stephen Farr, and you will see why. They are astoundingly alike. That was why opening the door to Stephen Farr was just like opening the door to Harry Lee. Now, you remember that outburst of Simeon Lee, that he would swear he had better sons born the wrong side of the blanket. Simeon Lee had not only his legitimate family in his house, but an unacknowledged and unrecognized son of his own blood.
Look, Mr. Poirot.
And that was your real reason for coming here, wasn't it, eh? You were coming to see what kind of a man your father was.
Yes. I've always wondered... Mother spoke about him sometimes. It grew into a kind of obsession with me. I wasn't going to let him know who I was. I just wanted to see the man who was my father.
Lord, I've been blind. I can see it now. So, Miss Estravades, or whatever her real name is, was lying. It wasn't a woman she saw standing outside the door. It was you. And she didn't want to give you away.
No, you're wrong. It was me she saw.
You, madam? Yes, I thought so.
I was frightened. David playing the Dead March. I knew I shouldn't have insisted on our coming here. I meant to go and tell Mr. Lee that we were going to leave at once. I went up to his room and knocked on the door. And I heard a sound inside the room. Tables and chairs overturned, and that one last horrible cry. I couldn't move. And then the others came along, and they broke the door down and found Mr. Lee. But there was no one else there. And no one had come out of the room.
And all this time you have said nothing?
I thought you'd think it was I who killed him.
No. You did not kill him. His son killed him.
I swear before God I never touched him.
Not you. He had other sons.
What are you driving at, for goodness sake?
No wonder poor Tresillian felt confused when he answered the door not to 2, but to 3 men who resembled each other closely, who at a little distance could pass for each other. Yet the similarity was not always easy to see, for the third man had a moustache.
But apart from you, Monsieur Poirot, the only man who has a moustache is...
All your life, Sugden, you've resented the wrong your father did you. I think you determined long ago to kill him. A police superintendent has a grand opportunity of committing a murder and getting away with it.
What? You're mad! I was outside the house when he was killed.
No. You killed him before you left the house the first time. It was you who rang him up and spoke vaguely about an attempted robbery. You came here and told him a tale about substituted diamonds. He opened his safe to show you the real diamonds were still in his possession. You cut his throat, holding your hand to his mouth so that he wouldn't cry out. Child's play to a man of your physique.
But I heard the struggle. I heard him scream.
Nah, it was all part of a carefully planned illusion. You piled up tables and chairs, lamps and glasses, and twined a very thin cord in and out between them. Then you passed the two ends of the cord out through the narrow slit at the bottom of the window and let them hang down the wall. You had with you a bottle of some freshly killed animal's blood, to which you had added a quantity of sodium citrate. You sprinkled this about freely because, to satisfy some primitive instinct, you wanted the murder to look like a ritual sacrifice.
So when we all sat down to dinner, Father was already dead?
Exactly. You hid the diamonds in Lydia's Dead Sea garden. A little before 9:15, you returned, and, going up to the wall, you pulled on the cord. That dislodged the furniture and the china, which fell with a crash. You pulled one end of the cord and rewound it round your body under your coat.
But I distinctly heard him scream.
Like the cry of someone you said who had no soul.
Yeah.
Inhuman, like a beast.
Yes.
But it was Harry Lee who came nearest to the truth.
It sounded like killing a pig?
Just so. Do you know those long bladders with faces on them called dying pigs? As the air rushes out, they give forth an inhuman wail. You arrange one in the room and stop the mouth of it with a peg connected to the cord. So, on top of the falling furniture came the scream of a dying pig.
So that is what I found.
Yes, but after the superintendent took the remains of the bladder from you, he substituted a piece cut from Mr. Lee's sponge bag. It answered to the same description. And it was not until you were playing with a balloon that burst, and you said that it must have been a burst balloon you had picked up from Simeon's room, that I saw the truth.
And all because I played with a balloon.
Yes, senorita. But you must already have given the superintendent one very nasty moment. Do you remember when you said of Simeon Lee, he must have been a very good-looking man when he was young, and you turned to Sugden and said, like you meant it quite literally.
When were you sure, Poirot?
You remember, Mrs. Lee, that I asked you if you knew of a fancy dress shop?
Yes, Monsieur Poirot.
Well, I wanted to buy a false moustache to try on Simeon Lee's picture. When I did so, Superintendent, the face that looked at me was you.
God rot his soul in hell. Oh, I'm glad I did it.
God bless my soul. My best man. What's the police coming to?
Even policemen have private lives. Sugden was a very proud man, and a very patient one. He must have nursed his vengeance for a long time.
Well, at least one good thing came out of it. Pilar is going to marry Stephen. That rounds things off nicely.
The triumph of love.
Yes, but there is one thing that still puzzles me. What was George Lee doing after he telephoned? Why wouldn't he tell us?
He was having a look through his brother Alfred's papers. He was trying to find out how he stood financially.
God bless my soul. Well, the fire's going well. I always say nothing like a wood fire.
Pour moi, every time the central heating.
Peter Sallis played Hercule Poirot in Hercule Poirot's Christmas by Agatha Christie, dramatised for radio by Michael Bakewell. Superintendent Sugden was Edward D'Souza, Colonel Johnson, Manning Wilson, and Simeon Lee, Cyril Luckham. Alfred, Richard Durden, Lydia, Rachel Gurney, George, Gordon Reed, Magdalene Avril Clark, David George Parsons, Hilda Sheila Grant, and Harry Nicky Henson. Stephen Farr, James Good, Pilar Estravados, Deborah Makepeace, Horbury the manservant, Stuart Organ, Willie the footman, David Goodland, and Priscillian the butler was Derek Guyler. The play was directed by Enid Williams.